should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, I'll get it together in just a second. I hope y'all are doing good today. Hold on just a second. Hey. Sorry, I had to do something real quick. So today, I think that's it. Okay. Today is Madeline's birthday. This is her first heavenly birthday. She would have been 14 years old today. We're going to review the body cam footage put out by EWU. Now, this is a fundraising stream. I want to try to do these once a month. So far, I was able to set up a Venmo and a Cash App. Any funds donated through those links will go to Hunters Creek Middle School. I'm going to donate them on behalf of Madeline, or in remembrance of her. I've also screenshotted what my account is at right now as far as the money I've made, and any money made from today's stream will also go. I will donate that when I get paid for this month as well to Hunters Creek Middle School. This will be the only time when we are doing fundraising streams that you will ever see a Cash App or a Venmo on my channel. They are linked on my page. They are in the description box as well. If you donate to those links during a time when we're not doing a fundraiser, it will just go to the next fundraiser. Like next month, we're going to do Neziah Harris. So that's where we're at right now. I did make a video for today. I'm going to play it at the beginning of the stream, and then I'll play it again at the end for anybody that comes in. It's 4.5 minutes, almost a 5-minute video. So I'm going to play it now, and I'm going to warn you that it's going to make you cry. If you watch this on replay and you can't see this video, the links to the videos are in the description box, and I'll try to put it out on my page as well. So I'll go ahead and play that.
light. How do you do light? Oh, I know.
Y'all, I'm over here crying. That's a hard video to watch. So, like I said, today, all the money that's raised on this stream, or all the money that is made off this stream will be donated to Hunters Creek Middle School. And if you want to send money and for it to all go to the school, you can do so through Venmo or Cash App. My Venmo and Cash apps are only for fundraising. The only time you will ever see me put them on my page is if we're doing a fundraiser. It's hard. Hey, y'all that are coming in, because I didn't even know, like, I wasn't even gonna try to stream today. It's just hard. And on the 25th, I am doing a day of silence. I won't be streaming. I won't be on the internet. It will be a day of remembrance of her. So those videos, I got her from TikTok and from PeriodPointBlank. They are linked in the description box. I wanted to share them with you. I do have another video that will play after we go through this stream that EWU did. So I'll go ahead and get into that. I don't really know what to do. Like, I would feel yucky singing happy birthday or something to her. I don't know. I try to remember her and just do, what I can to try to help in some way, shape, or form. Good morning, Chrissy. Mayla said, have you thought about having a bench made in her honor at the school? That would be cool. I need to talk to them and see. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a lot of money. I'm in a pretty bad situation myself. So, I'm going to, talk to them and see what we can do. See if it can go, if we raise enough, then yeah, I would love to do something like that. If not, maybe to like some stuff for chorus or the band or music somehow, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm praying for justice too. I'm concerned. Chrissy said, let's all just hope she's at peace now. Peace she didn't have in life. Yeah. Pisces said, happy birthday, Angel Maddie. Annette said, Maddie, you're free now, flying high. No one can hurt you anymore. Happy heavenly birthday. It's good to see y'all, and thank you for being here. So we'll go ahead and review this stream from EWU. They took basically footage from the case, and they put out a video on it. Let me get well, I think he might have to say it. All right. So let's watch this. I haven't watched it. I'm going to watch it with you guys and react. Hey, Katya.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
I'm reporting a missing child.
And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? And I'm like, no, you got nothing to hide. Give him your phone. If you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious. Like, what are you doing?
I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the you want, but I don't know anything.
On February.
So I like the way they put that together because, in my opinion, I do think Jen Soto knows more, and I appreciate them highlighting what they did. I do want to say, though, as of right now, Jen Soto hasn't been charged with anything, and the detectives, I played for you guys several times where they stated that they've been through thousands of hours line by line of her phone and can say she didn't know anything. I don't know what the deal is with Jen Soto, but I know that Maddie knows, and I know that Karma's a bitch. So if she was involved, I know Maddie's watching down from heaven, and Maddie knows what's going to happen, and Maddie can try to help pursue justice from heaven. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm all emotional right now. Is it your birthday too? Oh, happy birthday. I'll play the song for you. This is for Pisces. I'm playing this for Pisces, not Maddie. So just want to put that out there. Happy birthday, Pisces. I left that comment up because that was for Pisces, not Maddie. Just so that's out there. Happy birthday, Pisces. I hope you have a good day, honey. Okay. So we'll continue on with this. Here, just let me know if you want me to mute.
February 25th, 2024 in Kissimmee, Florida, Madeline Soto celebrated her 13th birthday party with family and friends. The joyous occasion was quickly overshadowed by fear and panic just one day later when her mother arrived to pick her up from school only to learn Madeline never made it to class. Police and investigators launch a massive search operation, but as they piece together the clues from her last 24 hours, shocking evidence and glaring inconsistencies begin to emerge, suggesting her disappearance may be connected to a far more sinister truth. The following report is based on police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
Okay, I got a problem. This footage has been out for a long time. I don't know why they're saying most footage hasn't been seen until now. I mean, this was just put out like 6 days ago. This footage has been out for months.
So I did a thing and I watched ahead when it came out. There are very few things that are actually new in the videos itself, but I will give credit where credit is due. You will catch things in this video that you have not caught, and it will be new to you because you'll be able to catch things like dialogues that we were not able to catch without their audio. So I will give them that. No, the footage is definitely not new. You did put that out, and a lot of other creators did too. So no, you're correct.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard that the dialogue in this and the audio that they were able to enhance and things like that, was pretty interesting. So, oh my goodness. So I wanted to go over that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Hey, Miss King of Anything.
Absolutely.
Miss King of Anything said, I'm not sure that Jen was involved, but she was neglectful of Maddie, and she put stepping above Maddie at every step. Speaking of that, I'll go ahead and show this other video real quick that I have. This is from that TikTok page. We'll come right back to this. Maybe, if I can get it.
Innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On the late evening of February 26, 2024, the Orange County Sheriff's Office receives a 911 call from a caller with a dire concern.
Do you need police, fire, or medical?
Police, possibly. I'm reporting a missing child.
Okay. And the child that you're trying to report missing, are you calling on behalf of the parent?
Yes, on behalf of the mother. She's like,
okay. And then how long has it been, though, since you guys have last seen her?
Since this morning. She was dropped off at school this morning, and apparently she never showed up. We called everyone we knew. No one's seen her.
After collecting more details, the dispatcher assures the caller that a deputy will arrive as soon as possible. However, no help arrives. She calls back 2 more times, attempting to express the urgency of the situation.
Do you need police, fire, or medical?
No, it's not a medical issue. We have a missing child since this morning. We already called 3 times.
Yes, ma'am. I see you. This is waiting for a deputy to respond.
You're waiting for a deputy to respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long more do we need to wait? It's a child missing.
I understand that, ma'am, but I'm just not able to give out ETA. I don't know when they'll be there.
So this is not important for you guys? Really?
Ma'am, we were very busy in the area. Look, I understand they'll be there as soon as they can, okay?
Pause that.
The chilling reason for the delay and what had deputies in the area so busy would soon raise more questions about the timing of her disappearance. At 7:48 p.m., Deputy Joseph finally arrives at the scene to meet with the missing girl's mother, 35-year-old Jennifer Soto, and her boyfriend, 37-year-old Stephen Stearns.
Hi there.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So, was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we looking for another kid or we have a kid?
looking for another one.
With more than one missing child in the area, the fear that she may have been abducted remains a possibility.
So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
What do you guys think about the sister being the one to call? Do you think, I mean, I know we've talked about it a little bit, but what do you guys think about that? Let me know in the comments.
To make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today,
Okay.
and she never came out. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
Just had her 13th birthday.
13. What was she last seen wearing?
Green hoodie, white Crocs, either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Do you know if she has like friends in the area?
She does, but she doesn't know where they live. I asked all of them.
Is this like, does she like have any places that you guys know that she'll usually be at? Any friend's house? Any places that like she likes to hang out?
Typically,
no.
Not typically?
No.
Okay. By any chance, does she have a phone number or phone?
She does, but she left it at home today. I have it.
You have it.
And I've already gone through her messages.
Okay. How about, does she have like Apple Watch? No.
Katia said, I find it a bit weird that the sister called and how calm she is sus to me. It's sus to me too. Hey, Thomas. She's too calm for a child to be missing. I agree. His existence irks me. Oh, I got that other video. That's what I was doing when it did that audio thing. So I'll play that real quick. Jennifer said, I think Jen knew she couldn't fake a convincing 911 call, so she asked her sister to do it. I agree. I think that was the reason why she asked her sister to do it. Joya said, I find it off. Jen Soto never phoned 911, and she seems calm during the interview. Yep. So I wanted to show y'all this that I got off of TikTok real quick. It's just a 14-second video. I'll play it real quick.
Este era el nombre y este video es del 2018 y ya él estaba en la vida de ellas. Ya no está en Instagram, pero este era el nombre y este video es del 2018 y ya él estaba en la vida de ellas.
So it says this is 2018 and this man was already in her life.
Yeah. Do you see the way
Jen
Jen Soto was kissing and stuff? Like I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like Stefan all dressed up and her dressed up. That's when they took the pictures of like the fake wedding thing. I'm going to play it one more time. It's weird to me. I don't know. I don't like it. Like I don't know. She seems like it seems like they're in a relationship. So I wonder, did she think that they were in a relationship at that? I mean, at some point, obviously. Yeah. At some point, obviously she did, but like maybe, I guess at that point she didn't know about the abuse Maddie was enduring.
Este era el nombre y este video es del 2018 y ya él estaba en la vida de ellas. Ya no está en Instagram, pero este era el nombre y este video es del 2018 y ya él estaba en la vida de ellas.
The way he looks.
Go ahead. I was just wondering, so the other one that I sent you with her in it, there's a picture, then I think we've already talked about that with him, having her on his shoulders, and it gives a date. And the very first charge for CSAM for photo was much later than 2018.
Okay.
It was 2020, if I'm not mistaken. But that was the first picture that was taken. That does not mean that he wasn't doing something earlier than 2020. It's just that's the first picture that they have that they charged him on. It also doesn't mean that there's not other pictures or pictures that were from before. But it looks like that was the first picture that they had found of him was after that, was after 1 day later after that picture was taken, where they're at the pool and she's on his shoulders. So that has me very curious as well.
Yeah. Because it seemed legitimate. That was 2018. They seemed like an actual couple at that point. Janet said, my sister might call if I was too upset. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, my family might call if I was too upset, right? But she didn't seem very upset, in my opinion. Indy said correct. I remember that. Okay, I'm gonna play this. Hey, Sue.
The only thing she's got a device. The only device she's got on her right now is her school laptop.
A school laptop, is that trackable?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It should be. It should be.
If the Wi-Fi is turned on, it'll try to connect to the Wi-Fi. So if I like circle here.
To connect to any USB.
Without her cell phone, the laptop is their only hope of tracking Madeline's location. Attempts were made to locate the laptop, but unfortunately, the last pinged location was near downtown Orlando on February 22nd, 4 days prior to her disappearance.
Does she have a history of running away or anything? She was hanging out and lost time kind of thing?
Possibly, I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, so she's embarrassed by his car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
Sending this thing, she's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Okay. Did she ever go to school though?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she got her walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, shambling over.
Katia said there's no way she isn't involved in this. Matilda Marie, thank you for being here, said she was trying to show him off. Like, this is my man, in case anybody was wondering what he was doing around. Possibly. I think that's a good speculation. Annette said, what about buying a memorial brick? That's a possibility too. Liddy said, the picture in his shoulder shows me Maddie did not like to touch his head. Oh yeah, it's an interesting one. I can pull that one real quick in case anybody hasn't seen it. Doc Bones said, in my opinion, Maddie's mom should be held accountable for what was happening to her. I think she should have some neglect charges or something at the very least. I'm seeing what y'all were saying. Okay.
Over in that direction, it looked the same as any other morning.
A sudden phone call puts the room on high alert as family and officers alike wait to hear if it's news about Madeline.
Hello? Yes? Hi, Principal. I'm okay. How are you?
Stefan leads officers to the location where he believes he dropped her off for school, but apparent struggles with his memory give them a less than ideal start.
Was it here?
It was along this stretch. I can't remember the exact spot, but it was around where these communities were. Oh, thank you. So it's like around where these communities were.
Okay.
And it's just like in this stretch, like we could see the overpass down there. Where's the school? Just on the other side of the overpass.
With a general idea of where Madeline was last seen, officers begin to search a nearby apartment complex for any sign of the missing child.
No cameras present right now.
I can't believe that in this day and age, there's no cameras playing on anywhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can find something. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Deputy Joseph appears to have better luck as he reviews surveillance footage at a church half a mile from Madeline's school, where a young girl fitting her description was captured on camera in the early morning hours.
There's like a car full.
Yeah, he left and she walked onto property. And then she actually dozed back onto property.
I guess she left.
So she's still sitting there.
So he's talking about this part. I put this video out. I think it's on my profile. And we've always questioned and wondered if Jen Soto could have been the person at the church. And I still wonder that.
What they were saying, right? She left her phone on to me. It's like, that feels intentional. Like, I don't want to be tracked. So I'm going to try bumping it up like 10 minutes to see if she's on there. Yeah.
Oh, wait, there is a person getting out of the car.
She's gone by 9.
Hopeful that Madeline's movements can be tracked, a K-9 search unit is dispatched in the intersection near the school where Madeline may have walked. The stakes are high and every second counts, but after nearly 15 minutes of searching, they've yet to pick up her trail.
I mean, if I had a guess, get out of there.
I'm trying to drop the link for you, Bazard, but my computer's not working at the moment, so I'm still working on it.
There. If I had a guess, you probably went that way. But ow. He dumped her off here, or he dumped her off up ahead. There. Okay.
And she walked this way, coming down.
So her scent's probably all over here anyway.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
Dee said when she is so fine on the phone with the principal, I read that as her trying to maintain this ain't no this ain't no big deal facade. But why would a mother not be concerned? Because she didn't want others to be. Yeah, I could see that.
But wait a minute though. Think about this for once, just for 1 second, because we're heavily judging this lady. If for 1 second you believed that she didn't know about anything and her daughter was missing but not dead, and she was like, well, I don't know why she ran away or what she did, kind of like in the Sebastian Rogers case where we're crucifying Katie because she didn't have the appropriate reaction to her her son being missing. Like if my son ran down the road and I was like, oh yeah, he's pissed at me and said he was going to go live in the woods, you know what I'm saying? It may not be the case, but I am trying to look at it from that angle. Like maybe she didn't react appropriately, but when they started bringing the dogs out, that's when I would have I'd have been freaking out at that point, you know what I'm saying? But like her whole family was like, is this not important to you? Is this not important to you? And Jen was just, she didn't react appropriately. Is it because she didn't care? She didn't know? Or is it my daughter was missing, kind of nonchalant? I know she's going to come home. It's like, it's so hard to know how she's supposed to appropriately react. That's the only way that's kind of like, I'm looking at the middle of three different things. Like her family's are they overreacting or underreacting? Is Jen overreacting or underreacting? It's so weird.
It's hard to know the difference too, because everybody's going to react differently. But I might not have that much of a reaction if I thought she just ran away and then was coming right back home anyway. So
yeah,
if that's your thought process.
I was going to say, I think what probably would have been a major red flag was the second day when they started having investigations in the apartment or townhouse, whatever, and they told them they couldn't come in. I think by that time, Jen was already suggesting stuff to Stinky about, getting a lawyer or being curious why. Well, she told the detectives and all that. Well, I told him that maybe he should be wondering why are they looking at the house. Like I think by that time, I would have been suspicious on her anyway. Well, why would you start worrying about something like that if your daughter just went missing?
Yeah, and they sat in the car and supposedly for 4 hours and didn't talk about anything at all. That's suspicious to me. And then we see the way she reacts. The thing is, the Woody Allen comments and the way she reacts. Like, if I had just been handed this footage and I knew she called 911 up to this point, everything up to this point, to where maybe they even go in and search the house. Like Bazard was saying, I would say, okay, well, like you said, like maybe she thought that Madeline was going to come right back. Maybe she just, thought she got angry, ran away. I ran away from my house. It happens. Okay. But then after that is when I'm like, now, wait a minute. Like once I saw, especially the video footage of her being questioned by detectives, that's when I was like, well, wait a minute now, what's going on here? Because it's obvious to me that she knows more than she did. Like I would see it essentially as two different cases, because before this part, I could definitely say, like you said, that there might be some kind of, thinking she's coming back. But afterwards, it's like, well, wait a minute. There's no way you didn't know.
Right.
What do you think about that?
I agree with Heel. Like if I saw the first part like this, yeah. In the beginning, the police were just going by, okay, well, we have a missing report. They maybe at first, I think they thought that it was her that called the initial missing child, but then, later on we found it was a sister. So I get like in those first, let's say 12 hours or 24 hours, they don't think anything was nefarious involved with, like, say, the relatives or family members. But yeah, by the second day, or even when they showed her the picture of your daughter having a disgusting Stinky's dink, let's just say that, his dink in a position, and then it's like, well, can I like maybe like charge him later or something?
Yeah, but you're thinking like down the road. I'm only thinking about what I'm talking about is just in response directly to, okay, so her family calls 911 and they're like, is this not important to you? That is her family's reaction. But Jen's reaction was kind of like, is that a reaction that a mother has to a typical teenager's? That she says they were close, they were really close. Are her reactions towards that direction, or is it just underwhelming and she already knows what's going on? That's where I'm at. Like, what does she know or what does she not know? So in the video, if you've never seen any other footage and you're watching this, from the get-go, you're just thinking, oh my gosh, this girl is missing. Are you thinking badly of the mother for her reaction, or up to the point where we get to see the dogs? But if you understand where I'm coming from, like,
no, I
objectively.
get it. I know, I get it. If yeah,
fair,
like
Tony.
if of course, yeah, it is. Yeah, I was like, if I was like a seasoned investigator, of course I'd always be suspicious on everyone when it involves children. But like us, yeah, I guess I would be not thinking at first, but maybe because I'm so jaded with humanity sometimes, it's like, like you suggested this Sebastian Roger. I mean, I don't know, just that's how I am, I guess. I just become so jaded at times when it comes to missing children, and I'm like, probably it's a family member.
Yeah, I think without knowing what her actual thought process was at that time, we wouldn't know. We would have to know exactly what she was thinking, and we'll never know that. So I guess that we would need to give her grace up until the point that the police are. Well, I would say I could even push it to where she's being questioned by detectives and saying all of the things she says there.
I can see that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not asking for anybody to give her any grace or anything like that. I would, if my son ran away, I'd be a mess. I don't know if I would think automatically that, oh, he was never coming home. But yeah. Okay, Annette. I mean, fair enough. That's just a question. My son is 24 now. If I will tell you, there were times when if he didn't answer his cell phone, we lived in, I'm from Dallas, so I worked outside of town in a small town about 45 minutes away from home. And he had a cell phone, and he was a teenager, and they don't answer their cell phones for their parents. They just don't do it. And he wouldn't answer me. I would leave work, literally get in my car and drive the 45 minutes back home and ask him why the hell he didn't answer his cell phone. He scared shit out of me. I mean, I did that on a regular, my mom can attest to this. I did that on a regular basis because I was really scared. I don't know who shot J.R. Abellis.
Lord have mercy. But yeah,
I know that reference. Yeah.
I get it. I mean, and then if you take that into account, we got to also take into account the medications that she's on that make her calm anyway. So it could explain it as well.
Yeah, that's true. It's sad to think. It's sad to think that.
What are you telling? Hold on, babe. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it is sad. Like I said with my end, like I become so jaded to a degree that it's like I can at least 50 times kind of guess either a family member did it or someone they kind of knew, and then it usually turns out to be that way. And it's like, God, I guess again, and it's sad that I'm kind of at that point at times.
We all get, none of us react the way that we would have back in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, and even the early 2000s before we got, phones and cell phones and stuff. None of us react the same. A lot of us have been desensitized to things like this that we see. So, I mean, it's nobody can fault people for not having the proper reaction.
Yeah. Things have changed a lot since then too. Overprotected. Thank you for that. That was so sweet. It will go to the fundraiser. I have to wait till I get. Well, I might. Depends on how much is made, but I'll have to make 2 separate donations depending. But anyway, it'll go. All of that will go to the school. Thank you. That was so very sweet of you.
Telling me.
Oh, hold on.
No.
We got somebody. I think it's Doc Bones.
Oh, hello.
Oh, True Crime Addict. Hey, how are you?
Hello. I decided to come on if you guys have me, of course.
Yeah, it's good to see you, or good to see your emoji, your profile picture, and have you up. How are you doing today?
I'm alright. I'm feeling like more like a human being after playing video games all
Could be
day.
the volume.
Oh,
Can you guys hear me?
I got her.
I'm sorry, the volume. Whatever is like, yeah. Therein.
yeah, I can hear you.
Alright. I can turn up my volume as well. It's just a new setup, so
You're
still
fine.
getting
I
used
got
to
you.
it.
Yeah, you're good. All right.
Oh,
If you
no, I
want
was
me,
talking about Doc.
oh, okay. If you want me to pause anybody, just let me know. If y'all got something you want to say and you want to talk about it, let me know.
Alright.
Okay. Yeah, we can call it.
Back at the church, Deputy Joseph shares what he saw on the surveillance footage with Madeline's aunt.
It's blurry video, but it looks like a adolescent child sitting right there. And I don't see her getting into anybody's car in the video. I see her sitting on property for give or take 10 minutes and then walking off property. I don't know which way she went from there and get more video.
Show the bridge or anything?
No.
Speculating that Madeline may have wandered away on her own, the officer asks if there's anywhere she may have gone that she wouldn't want her mother to know about.
I have no idea. We checked your phone. I didn't see any
Crazy stuff. Like, yeah, me neither. Yeah.
I didn't see her trying to plan anything with anyone. And I just really don't think she's the type to do it.
Just walk up and leave.
I don't see her doing that at all.
Thank you, Anders and Abellis, for your donation. That was so very sweet of you. I really appreciate it. And it will go to the school. I appreciate it.
So much she
Sorry.
dropped you.
Yeah, my phone. I was startled for a minute, and my phone dropped onto the laptop. Thank you guys. That was so very sweet. You're fine, Miss King. I just dropped them in case anybody in case anybody wanted to do it that way. You can also you just being here and hitting the thumbs up is perfect for me. Hey, Retired. I love your name. Retired, not bored. Okay.
History of Madeline's disappearance eludes law enforcement as a challenging night of searching meets a disappointing end. Despite their exhaustive efforts, the haunting question of where Madeline has gone and why leaves everyone grasping for answers. The following day, on February 27th, officers begin canvassing local neighborhoods, and the family makes multiple appearances and television interviews. As news about Madeline's disappearance spreads, some residents begin feeling the emotional impact.
Oh, is this about that little girl?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've been crying all day long.
Yeah, she's been missing since 8:30 a.m.
Why aren't there any updates? I'm looking everywhere for anybody. I kept saying to myself, I said, I'm hoping she skipped school today.
While Orange County deputies continue knocking on doors.
So we do have this footage too, but I didn't put it out because I personally, I didn't find any value in it because it just shows people when they're asking, have they seen her, and nobody had seen her. Obviously, we know now what happened. So I didn't feel it was relevant to put out these people's private, interactions with the police. But I can put it out in redact faces and things. If you guys feel it's important, I think it's on here. So you can see it there as well. I'm wondering where he's going with this, what all. I like how he's laying it out though. I like the way that they took all of the there's so much information on this case that you get if you FOIA it. And I like how he took everything and put it together, and the audio is a lot better as well.
I think maybe.
Sorry, you go, Wes.
I was just gonna say, yeah, maybe to showcase the differences between Jen and Stinky, Potato and Stinky's reaction.
Do me a favor, guys. Do me a favor today for Madeline's birthday. Please just use proper names, just for today.
Okay.
Just today. Just do me that favor, please. Jen's not charged with anything. Let's just respect the name today, and I don't care what you call Stefan, but let's just try to, you know what I mean? Just for today, please.
Well, I think he was just showcasing the difference in how Jen and Loser were reacting.
Yeah.
There you go. I agree.
Yeah, and not this lady, even she's not even related to the family. She was showing proper emotion. She was crying for someone that is not even related to I'm gonna call him Stinky because I can't say his real name. Stinky and Jan, they were like emotionless, blank faces, and just, oh, my kid is missing. Oh, I'm gonna talk to the principal of the school. No, you're gonna talk to the police officer and give him more information as much as you can,
Right.
to try to find your kid, because that's more important. Not talking to the principal. The principal's not gonna find your kid. The police is
Well, that was an incoming phone call, right? The principal, it was somebody calling her.
I don't remember. It's possible. I'm sure you've seen the case file. So yeah, she only emailed though. She only emailed the one course teacher. I think the principal. I could see the principal calling her, but she did talk to the teachers at the school, and she didn't talk to the police. So I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, it's way more important to talk to the police. And I agree with that.
Yeah, but they didn't even show up right away, right? They were like, not even important.
Yeah, 3. It was I think they called at 4 and the police actually got there at 8 because they thought that they were looking for 2 other children that disappeared in the local park, and they thought that it was the same case or something to that effect.
But also, quick question: what did Jan and Stinky did actually during the period that they were waiting for the police? Did they just stood at home, or they were? I'm sorry, I'm doing air quotes. You guys can't see, but they were actually looking for her. Because if she was that important, first of all, the way that even the sister was speaking, it was too calm for a kid to be missing. I would be screaming, crying, yelling on the phone. Not being, oh yeah, my niece is missing, so the weather's like cool. Sorry, but
yeah, no, I agree with you. But at that point, there's been like 4 hours has passed. But I think the first phone call was made at that time. And again, if you think she's just run away, but I do know that Stefan was at the house and Jen was at the insurance place that belongs to her mom, probably because they didn't like Stefan, so he stayed at the house. But then Stefan comes up there. And I don't even know if anybody was at the house in case Maddie came back to the house. Like, I would think Stefan would have stayed at the house in case she came back. So I've always had an issue with that too.
Well, I think a lot of people's theory is that, well, allegedly still, Jen is not charged with anything, but the theory is that they were already I can't even talk today. Coming up with what to say and what to do. I mean, that's kind of like the theory that I keep hearing and seeing with a lot of people. So that time frame before the police eventually came, and I even think even before they even interacted with her family, those two were coming up with something.
I think so. Miss King of Anything said the principal did call her. Sorry.
Yeah, the principal could have called her, but she could have rejected the call. There's that button on phones, you can just reject.
I wouldn't reject a single. I would not reject a single call when it came to my daughter missing. I would answer every call.
True, you're right there. I have to say that Zio is right.
Yeah, just in my opinion, I would have to answer every call. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, I know it. I get what both of you are saying. Thank you, Retired, for that. I appreciate that. That was sweet. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw the conversation off. No,
it's all right. It's your stream, girl.
Bellis had earthquakes yesterday, and Mercedes is checking on her. I just wanted to say that Bellis went through 2 or 3 Bellis yesterday earthquakes that this girl went through, and she is not even bothered. She's just like, it's okay. It's just what it is.
There are like 4 something magnitudes. That's still pretty significant.
I'd be hiding under everything I could find outside. Like,
I mean, my mama has an earthquake, and it's not even in the same country that I am, and I'm on the phone to her as soon as I hear it to make sure that she is okay.
Yeah, it's so scary. Well, I'm glad you're okay, Bellis, and I'm glad your mom's okay.
I'm glad that y'all are okay too. Yeah, that's crazy. I guess it must be common. I'm glad you're okay though. People say the same thing. We get hurricanes a lot, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's a hurricane," and we're just like, "Yeah, it's a hurricane. We might lose power. We'll get it back."
I live in Tornado Alley, so yeah, I get that too.
Yeah,
we're just like, oh, tornado, the sirens, woo, woo, woo.
In the UK, all we get is wind. Well, at least in the part that I am, we get wind like crazy.
Is it real bad?
Oh, it can get real bad. Like takes off roofs and trees and stuff like that. So
wow.
it can get pretty bad. But in the area that I'm in, it's bad. But it hasn't had nothing bad has happened to us so far. So good, which is good. Fingers crossed. It carries
That's
on like
good.
that. I think the most that's taken it was the internet the cable, which is pretty bad too. You know, when there's no internet.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that
People
that
lose
it's
their mind.
okay and that you're okay.
Hi, Miss Holmes.
Hey, Miss Holmes. Real quick, Tony said I would have went to the school and not wasted time calling or emailing. Yeah, I think I would have went in the school too. It's always weird to me that she went straight to her mom's house, her mom's work. But again, I mean, if she thinks that Maddie thought to walk there, she might would have checked the path. But again, I would think that you would go inside the school first. I would call my mom. If I was in that position myself and my child didn't come out, I would call my mom and say, hey, do you see her, or can you drive the path to the school while I go in the school and check? But, you know, everybody does things differently, I suppose.
Well, 'cause she said she only stayed in line for what, 10 minutes and then left.
Yeah.
So she only waited for 10 minutes for the kid, and then.
Yeah, and then left, and the school, like, she didn't go into school. Like, she could have been, anything could have happened. She could have got held after class. She could have been talking to the friend. She could have been.
She was involved in this so much, and how does the police not see? Because come on, you don't wait for 10 minutes for a kid, and then you say, "Oh, she was not at school." At least you pretend a little bit better.
Yeah.
And you stay for a couple of hours and saying, "Oh yeah, the kid is not here." Not 10 minutes.
Right.
Right. Yep. Liddy, I do think the police have more information than what we have.
Anders thinks it's always terrible weather in Chicago.
Oh, really?
Parents even like sorry, did the parents or like the mom tried even to pretend to contact friends, Maddie's friends or anything, just to at least saying that we've tried?
She contacted her bestie after she went to her mom's work and then came back to the school. I think either at her mom's work or on the way back to the school, she contacted bestie. So
But that was like hours later. Yeah.
it was at 4:40, between 4:43 and 4:46, I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
A detective heads to Madeline's school to speak with her best friend in the hopes she may have heard from her or has information that may lead to a breakthrough.
I thought it was fishy yesterday when she didn't text me at all, because usually even if she doesn't go to school that day, she texts me like the night or the day of, like she'll wake up early just to like text me like, hey, I'm not going to school. And she didn't yesterday, but I didn't think everything of it because I thought she like, oh, she like slept in or something.
Okay. Did you ever try to call her or text her or anything?
Yes, I called her.
And no answer?
No answer.
And that's completely out of the ordinary for her.
Yeah.
Miss King of Anything, thank you for that. I appreciate you donating that for Maddie's birthday. That was so very sweet of you.
So she missed school regularly then, Maddie?
Her friend said, I think her friend said that she didn't miss very often, but she would sometimes. I know per the counselor, when Maddie had that episode where she was trying to draw her feelings and couldn't really get them out, she missed school for 3 or 4 days after that. She would go see the counselor a lot, but I don't think she missed school very often.
Okay. No, I'm just, my brain is working a theory, but I need more information before. It's not a divulge, but just thinking about it.
Right. Yeah, I get it.
The wheels are turning.
Mm-hmm.
According to investigators, Madeline's phone was unplugged from the charger on February 26th at 7:04 a.m. It was then powered off around 15 minutes later, which they would determine is an unusual pattern according to historical phone data. As speculation that Madeline ran away from home continues, her friend drops a shocking revelation.
She had told like, when I turned 13, once I turn 13, I'm gonna leave this house and never come back.
Why 13?
Because she would always brag, because I said that I can't wait till my birthday, and she was like, are you having a birthday party? I said no, and she was like, oh, I get a whole bunch of money, like $500 something. I think she was waiting to turn 13. That way she could get a bunch of money and go.
But where would she go?
I have no clue.
As the question.
Dee said Jen says that she wanted Stepping Stones to watch Maddie because she needed good sleep into her next 2 days off. What did Jen Soto plan to do for those 2 days? Neglect Madeline Soto in her bed for medication with Stepping Stones babysitting? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I find it weird that she did have the next 2 days off and she called Stefan to take Maddie back and forth to school when, from what we know, all she had to do was go to the doctor and come back. Basically, that is definitely weird to me. Especially considering they were broke up. He was moved out of the house and all that. Her sister lives right next door. Mom could have done it. Anything. I do definitely find it weird. I certainly hope that she wasn't going to lay in the bed and take medication all day, but who knows?
Well, knowing Jen, that we know of, I wouldn't be shocked, but yeah, it's just weird inconsistencies. Like, why couldn't you just call your mom or your sister?
Yep. All the inconsistencies add up to a bigger picture and make us have more speculations.
Question of why Madeline would want to run away from home haunts the
Hold on,
investigator.
sorry, love. What were you saying?
No, it's all right. I was just saying that I think Jen is in it, and my theory is one of them is that she got some sort of deal to testify maybe against Stinky, and to almost get away with it in a way, because she was like, how did she not know everything that was going on? It would be. I'm struggling with that part.
Yeah, I could think that there's a possibility that she didn't know. And evidently the police think she didn't know, but the Woody Allen comment is always the thing to me that breaks that, because if I ever even have to question a Woody Allen situation, the man is leaving. Like that. I mean, if that thought even crosses my mind, I'm going to stop and say, wait a minute, why am I even worried about this? Something is going on here. I need to figure this out. Somebody, you got to go.
Well, I was going to ask, since the ladies are on panel, if you were in a relationship with a man who, from what we now know, that Stinky has issues doing certain things, and you were still in a relationship with this man for several years and knew he had these issues, and then when you break up with this person, would you still allow this person to still live at your house or wherever you're living at? And then, of course, if you have a child or daughters or sons, would you still allow them to sleep anywhere near you, even though you know that this person might have a supposedly a sex drive or a libido, but still has issues? Would you ladies have any issues with that? I know you do.
I would kick him out as quick as the wind goes.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, no, you are out of the doors. Like, not even collect your 200, just get out of.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be having that. I do take into consideration she said they were like best friends, but still, if
I mean, come on, best friends, like with. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Babe.
I think that even with the best friend scenario, if you feel strongly enough to break up with him and tell him that he's got a month to get out, then he don't need to be coming back. Like, I don't understand why he ever came back. You know what I mean?
Investigators. Her mother, Jennifer, offers a simple explanation.
So this whole living in the woods thing, I have people like tromping through the woods right now on horses and ATVs and all sort of things, but has she ever mentioned that before?
The thing is, I started talking to her about World War III, just what's happening politically, and I'm like, I don't know what that means for us, but we'll see what happens. But I've talked to her about World War III, so that's what I'm just saying.
How long ago is that? I mean, is that something that might have impacted her?
That's why she said she wanted to go live in the woods.
As the detective asks Jennifer for her own insights, she poses a darker theory for what may have happened to Madeline.
Based off of everything, me knowing her and knowing how she is and how tight-knit we are, like, I don't think she would run away.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like she was taken, like, on that short walk from where she was dropped off to the school.
As investigators finish interviewing Madeline's friend, she shares one final detail that suggests a suspicious break in her usual routine.
Okay, I'm pausing it right there because for me, if my child is missing or has run away or whatever, you can't let yourself think that child's being trafficked. Like that would tear. That would be the yes, it
Mhm.
would be a question in my mind, but I would be tearing down the streets trying to find her, saying no, like trying to prove any other avenue other than she was being trafficked or somebody took her. So I don't understand that, like why she went there and she's so calm about it. Like I mean, we all know what happens to children. Like, gee, how can you say that so nonchalantly?
Yeah, that was like her first thought to say.
Yeah.
No, so she was saying about the World War III. When she started saying all those stories, right? Do you know what she is making me think about? Of Megan Boswell. All the stories that Megan Boswell has said,
Yeah.
where Evelyn was going. I'm sorry, it's not like line by line, but Jennifer is like it's giving me the vibes of Megan Boswell, if you know what I mean. Just with all the stories and what could have happened about World War III. That's just no, yeah. So it's just yeah.
Yeah.
Gives me a vibe, like
Yep.
Stinky does.
Yeah. I definitely think she's more manipulative than she likes to let on.
The friend shares that Madeline always preferred to be dropped off at school and had never walked her way to school from the church.
But yesterday, for some random reason, she wanted to be dropped off at the church.
I don't know if she's ever been dropped off at church before. No, she's told me.
Okay.
The unusual circumstances leave detectives scrambling for answers, and they'll soon turn to Stefan and Jennifer to fill in the blanks. As officers continue canvassing, a second night falls with no valuable leads. By now, Madeline has been missing for over 48 hours. K9 Wyatt returns for a second attempt at locating her trail, this time beginning at Madeline's residence, where Stefan and Jennifer are waiting.
We're going to pull one more, and then we're going to have the dog sniff it out again and see if we can get another track going.
Can I get you like the last outfit you're wearing?
Has it been like with all the clothes and all that? Like,
Indie Girl had a good point. She says, so Maddie wasn't even smart enough to be by herself, but she understands wars and politics. Like she's smart enough for you to talk about World War III with her. And she makes the decision that if it happens, she wants to live in the woods, but she couldn't tell you her address or her phone number or make it from the school to the house, like a path she travels daily.
Mm-hmm. It's too many. Either Maddie, it's like either Maddie's a baby or an idiot. That's the way I feel like they were Stinky and at least Jen was describing her sometimes, in my opinion. So it's like, okay, so she's like a baby or an idiot, but then also is smart enough to do certain other things. What is it?
Right.
Yeah,
again,
yeah.
It's not adding up. It doesn't make sense.
Like your clothes.
Is it other people's dirty clothes or is it her dirty clothes? Is her
What about
underwear?
like a pillow that she likes to sleep with?
Her underwear is
That, I mean, all that stuff works.
Yeah, but you slept on the pillow this morning.
Oh, that's right. I snuggled with a pillow.
They settle on using a pair of her underwear from the bathroom, and the search begins. However, Stefan's curiosity will soon create an unexpected barrier to their efforts.
I'm gonna be going like right where you guys are. Yeah, you guys can go inside if you want, because then I just don't want him trying to track you guys. Yeah, he's a pretty cute little guy. Just as long as everybody's inside, I'm not gonna go inside. I'm just gonna start at the front door. He's trying to open the door. Oh God, he opened the door. Sorry, he knows how to open doors.
So Hio had told me about this part, and I hadn't gone back through our footage to look at it. It is kind of sus that they're standing out there while the police are trying to do their jobs and just like watching.
Yeah, if I was a cop, I'll be
the
sus.
thing that he was saying, snuggle with the pillow. Excuse
Mhm.
me. What?
Yeah. Yep.
Ew. No. Just no. Absolutely no. Stinky. Ugh.
Yep. Oh, hold on a minute.
You better let her finish cleaning.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's my
Please let me finish
13-year-old
cleaning.
telling the 8-year-old to get out of the kitchen because my 13-year-old loves to clean and she's in there cleaning the kitchen. She was
Do you
telling
want to
me
lend her over to the UK allegedly?
It's too cute.
She
You're
would
doing
love
a
to
very
come.
good job there. A 13-year-old that loves to clean. I don't know any like that.
Yeah, she does really good. She loves to clean. She would love to come over to the UK. She would have a blast.
She can come over. I have a big house to clean. It's not that big, but I'm joking. That's child labor. Sorry.
No, you're good.
After only a few minutes of searching, Stefan is seen lingering just around the corner, leading to frustration with the canine's handler.
No, sorry. He backtracks a lot, so he kind of just circles.
Yeah.
After being told that it's distracting.
Unfortunately, no critical evidence was found in the second canine search.
Okay, so she just noted that he came out again after being told it was distracting. And he didn't think that makes him look sus AF.
Stinky is, as one of his friends, because I re-listened to one of the videos with, I think it's Cash or Cass, whatever his name was. Yeah, he's right. He's an idiot, but also smart with certain things. But this is just one of his idiot moments.
Mm-hmm.
One of many idiot
Oh,
moments.
yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yep.
Was the beginning of the end of the idiot moment.
Yeah, oh,
Yep.
I can say that. I can agree with that.
Yep. Anders said, I like the female detective that took Stefan's phone. Strategic eyes is criticizing her all the time. She might have messed up, though, because there's a problem with the that just put a video out on it about the documents. So I hope she didn't mess up too bad.
I was going to say, if you have time, watch his second part 2 of this video, because he does talk about, and I was on a show a few weeks ago, and I agree with him. The detectives that did the interview with Stinky, the final one, they kind of did drop the ball. And he's right that they could have done a lot more interrogation on him.
Yeah. I'll have to check it out. Hold on, baby.
And concerns around Madeline's whereabouts continued to escalate. By Friday, March 1st, 5 days after she first disappeared, Madeline is still nowhere to be found. Jennifer and Stefan have been interviewed multiple times, but inconsistencies in their accounts and shocking new evidence have thrown the case in a chilling new direction. As investigators meet with Jennifer to revisit their previous interviews, an intricate web of lies begins to unravel.
You want me to go through the whole timeline?
Yeah, we'll start with Sunday. Maybe do Sunday.
Sunday birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. We celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job last week or the week before. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her at my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stefan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee.
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me, I'm not sure. But he let me know he was there and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine.
Stefan previously explained to...
Wait a minute. There's no text messages from where before. We do have that excerpt that where she's telling them to go to bed right now, but there is nothing from before, which obviously they had to speak before for him to come down. That's weird. And she said that he texts and says they're doing their nighttime routine, but from what we saw, she texts them and said she needs to go to bed right now.
Is it one of the text messages that she deleted? Maybe that's what she get herself confused now.
Yeah, maybe. Sure, we'll find out at trial. Sassy Goji, thank you for being here. Sassy said, why doesn't anyone speak about that Switch? What do you mean, the Nintendo Switch? Or the how she switches from emotion to non-emotion? I think it's fake as well. We talked about a couple of times how she's crying about her birthday and then just switched to being normal. She tends to do that a lot.
Yeah.
But then again, 1 second. Sorry, Steven Stearns just said when on that earlier, like when the police was talking to them, he just said she just turned 13, or it was just her birthday. But then she has the interview on her birthday, on her actually birthday. Like I'm a bit confused there.
Oh, you mean
So
Jen?
So, Maddie's birthday was February 22nd today.
Yeah.
That was a Thursday, and then on Sunday, which was the 25th, that's when she had her birthday, and that her birthday party where her friends came.
Okay.
She died that night. And then Jen Soto's birthday is March 1st, which is when she's being interviewed by the police and she starts crying because it's her birthday.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jen shares a birthday with Nightbot. Ew, that's not good. Oh, but sorry, Nightbot is my other half. I call him Nightbot on the YouTubes.
You're good.
Have you ever thought? Because I heard some things where people thought it is kind of weird that Maddie is deleted just a few days before her mom's birthday. Like some people are saying, is there some weird kind of thing going on with that?
I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. I'm open to all speculations and opinions. I don't personally think that it correlates. I think it's more. I think it had something to do with either aging out or the possibility that Maddie could have been with child, or she could have said no and Stephen wasn't having no. I don't think it correlates with Jen's birthday, but I mean, it could. Who knows? At this point.
I guess for me it was like just the way she was acting, like, oh, it's like my birthday is the worst one. Like, well, lady, shouldn't you be more concerned about your daughter being dead than your birthday?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Maybe I guess it's just I feel like with Jen, she'd probably be so egotistical and narcissistic about her birthday, and it's just an inconvenience now that Maddie disappeared and unfortunately was murdered. That's how I kind of take it.
Yeah, I could see that too, especially the way Jim was like, people are approaching me at the store and telling me they're sorry and I just can't handle their emotions. I've talked about before how I'm concerned that Maddie might have heard that more times than not, and that upsets me. I do think that it just shows, like you were saying, her narcissistic aspects, in my opinion, when she's more concerned about her birthday than she is about finding Madeline, because at that point Madeline was still missing. It's during that interview or shortly after that they find out she's deceased.
Allegedly. I just want to say hello to everybody coming in today. We're doing a fundraiser stream for Madeline Soto. All proceeds from today are going to Hunters Creek Middle School on behalf of Allegedly Speculating. We are circulating the Cash App and the Venmo. And if you do not have either one of those and you want to get with me privately, then we can figure out a different way to get that over there. But all proceeds, including the super chats and memberships as well, allegedly, or just super chats and the Venmo and Cash App?
So what I'm doing, any money that is made off this stream today is going to be donated, and then the Venmo and Cash Apps will be donated. If you can't donate monetarily, you can help by hitting the thumbs up and letting the stream get out to more people. That would help out. That would be amazing. Say a prayer for Maddie, tell her happy birthday in heaven. Please do that regardless. And we're going to do this once a month, like next month when the Naziah Harris trial is happening. We're going to do a donation to the after school program that she liked. And I plan on trying to do this like once a month because it makes me happy to give back, especially when I'm talking about these cases and I have a YouTube channel and I'm monetized, especially Maddie's case, so I just want to give back a little bit. And I thought this would be a good way. So I do plan on doing fundraising streams, but yeah, that's what today is. Everything from today's stream and anything donated through Venmo or Cash App will be donated to Hunters Creek Middle School. I'm working on PayPal, but PayPal wouldn't. I called them today and tried to set it up, and they were going to have to put my first name in there. And I'm going to try to figure out a way around that. But right now I can't do PayPal, but you can get with Hio. And thank you guys so much. Thank you, Katia. That was so very sweet of you.
Oh, no worries.
And sorry, Janet, thank you so much. That was so very sweet of you. Go ahead, True Crime. I think you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, because it was like, when this case started, the Madeline Soto, there was one at the same time with the girl with the same surname, Savannah Soto. Are they related somehow?
Savannah Soto was a girl that was pregnant in Texas.
Yeah.
Her and her boyfriend were shot when they were actually going to the hospital to be induced over what appears to be a drug deal gone bad. I have tried to pull stuff on that, but because there is a minor involved, they haven't given me any information. Soto is a very common surname. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, because it was like, I've been following both cases. I was like, Soto, that name is familiar. You know, when the name is familiar, you're just like,
If I'm not mistaken, I think Madeline's family, her descendants are, or her ancestors were Puerto Rican, right? And
I do believe so.
Yeah, and Savannah Soto's family, they're Hispanic. Her family, her ancestors are from Mexico.
Yeah.
That's
a very common. Yeah, it's a very common last name for some Hispanic individuals.
Yeah, that's why we have an issue. There's records stating that a Jen Soto in Florida got donations during COVID, or not donations, but some kind of business thing during COVID, and I just can't verify it because the
SBA loan.
Yeah, there could possibly be so many Jen Sotos that I just can't verify it, and there's been a lot of people saying that happened, but because there's so many Jen Sotos, it's hard to verify.
Right. It's like Silva, and in Portugal is a very common like last name and stuff. And Smith, like, kind of okay.
Yeah.
And Abella's pointed out one of the cops in the case is named Jennifer Soto, and it is YouTube actually kicked back my video where the officer Jennifer Soto had signed off and said I was putting private information out there because I guess YouTube thought it was the actual Jen Soto.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Thank you, Boomer. That was so very sweet of you. You guys are being so great. Like, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. And I'm trying to correlate chat and everything else. So if I miss you, I'm sorry. But thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
To detectives that he doesn't live with Jennifer full time, but rather splits his time between her house in Kissimmee and his parents' home in Northport, Florida, nearly 150 miles away.
And what does your time splitting look like? Are you here for days, weeks, months, something else?
Weeks at a time, yeah.
And so, I guess, when did you arrive this block of time that you were here?
Day before yesterday, actually.
So, night, Saturday?
Yeah.
I think. So you got here Saturday night.
This is inconsistent with what Jennifer just told detectives, claiming Stefan arrived after her birthday party, which took place on Sunday night. However, even this timeline contradicts one of her earlier interviews, in which Jennifer struggled to remember exactly what day he made it into town.
How long has he been here? Or when did he arrive, rather, this time?
I can't remember if he arrived Saturday or Sunday morning.
These are only the beginning of a string of contradictions that will soon raise major red flags. As Stefan's questioning continues, he's asked to describe how Madeline was acting following her birthday party on Sunday night.
She was just happy. She was very happy. Everyone was happy. It's nothing out of the ordinary. I can't remember anything particular that happened.
Jennifer continues to explain what happened just after she returned from work, and the reason behind her decision to break routine and have Stefan take Madeline to school the following morning.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds. I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like, I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep.
This disturbing admission further stressed the concerns detectives have had since Jennifer's initial interview. When she
I think it was Janet. Yes, Janet just gifted 1 Speculation Station membership. Thank you so much for that. That was so very sweet of you. I'm not sure
let
who
me
was
off.
gifted.
Let me off. I know what you're about to do. Let me off.
Hio's going to stay at the stop, and the rest of us are going to get on the crazy train on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Janet. That was so very sweet of you.
So did you see that map where they posted the different colors?
Yes, let's go back to that. I was trying to look at it, but I didn't see all of it.
I want to say this too. I wanted to say this out loud while you have over 80 people in here. You're a very humble person, and for you to be doing this, putting out the Cash App and the Venmo and stuff like that, I know that makes you nervous because you don't want people to think that you're trying to coast off of this. I know for a fact that you will show receipts and everything going towards Hunter's Middle School. So I just wanted to tell you, I appreciate you doing that, and I know that the people that are donating to you and donating to the cause feel the same way that most of us do about Maddie. It's like you don't love the person, but you love the idea that we can make things or make changes and make justice happen. And that's what we're all here for. All of us just want to see one thing. I want to see that man under the jail. And if Jen is a culprit at all, I want to see her held accountable for her actions. But more than anything, I just want to honor Maddie. And so I appreciate what you're doing and the fact that you're doing this fundraiser for her on her birthday.
100%. I support what Zio just said. Yeah, 1,000%, not 100, 1,000%. Yeah.
Y'all are so sweet. Well, thank you. You guys are the ones that make it possible. Thank you.
No, you were the one that organized and got us all together and got everyone together, and you had the idea to do it. So you get the praise. It's all on you.
Well, thank you. I don't know what to say. That was very sweet. Thank you, guys. I'm glad that we were able to do it. Thank you. So these maps, I will tell you that me and Hio and somebody else have behind the scenes been trying to look at these maps and kind of break them down. I'm not quite ready to go forward with what we like. I'm still trying to kind of understand it, and I need to get more of a better understanding of it before I can make a video on it. But I do, I was paying attention, but I'm going to replay this part where they talk about the maps to try to get a better idea of it.
Is inconsistent with what Jennifer just told detectives, claiming Stefan arrived after her birthday party, which took place on Sunday night. However, even this timeline contradicts one of her earlier interviews, in which Jennifer struggled to remember exactly what day he made it into town.
Okay, so the day we did the maps, we knew what we were doing. We knew what we were doing. I don't want to put, we knew what we were doing.
I personally need a better understanding. I'll say that.
No, I'm just saying that while we were online, like when I was like going through those, you knew what we were doing. You had sort of I mean, it's just like basics, but I think even Bazard was up here and like we knew for the basics what was going on. So at least there's that.
Yeah. So I know the purple so the red is Jennifer's home. I don't remember what the purple is.
They're about to tell you.
Okay.
They're going to tell you. It'll
And
tell you
then
all three of them.
this is him driving. Okay.
How long has he been here? Or when did he arrive, rather, this time?
I can't remember if he arrived Saturday or Sunday morning.
These are only the beginning of a string of contradictions that will soon raise major red flags. As Stefan's questioning continues, he's asked to describe how Madeline was acting following her birthday party on Sunday night.
She was just happy. She was very happy.
So the purple is Maddie. I need to write that down because that part's redacted and I didn't know that. That's going to help me when I go back through it. So I mean, the map that he played just showed basically Stephen driving to the house and that Maddie was at the house, right? I mean, that's what I just got from it.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
No, it showed Stefan in red and her in purple and her being with him.
I can't remember anything particular that happened.
Are you muted talking?
Yep, I sure was. I said, I'm sorry, love. What were you saying? You said purple is Maddie and then red is him?
Yeah. Stefan is red and Madeline is purple, but it shows, and I sent you the 2 pictures of the still pictures that they had, but it shows him and her moving simultaneously in the same directions. That's what that particular photo is showing.
Okay, and then that's Sunday night?
Hold on, don't go anywhere.
I'm going to back it up and play it one more time. I hope that I don't bore y'all to death with this, but this is going to be important. So let me play this part again. Oh, you pulled it up. Okay, you can pull. No.
It's just just that screenshot of what was on your screen. So that one right there just shows the red and the purple together in the same vicinity.
Okay, so it could be him arriving at the house Sunday night and Maddie's at the house. Or is it going to be her traveling with him somewhere?
I'm not sure which one they're showing because there's 496 different pages, but just for general purposes, at some point in time they were in the same vicinity of each other.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Her birthday party, which took place on Sunday night. However, even this timeline contradicts one of her earlier interviews, in which Jennifer struggled to remember exactly what day he made it into town.
How long has he been here? Or when did he arrive, rather, this time?
I can't remember if he arrived Saturday or Sunday morning.
These are only the beginning of a string of contradictions that will soon raise major red flags. As Stefan's questioning continues, he's asked to describe how Madeline was acting following her birthday party on Sunday night.
She was just happy. She was very happy. Everyone was happy. It's nothing out of the ordinary. I can't remember anything particular that happened.
Jennifer continues to explain what happened just after she returned from work and the reason behind her decision to break routine and have Stefan take Madeline to school the following.
So Madeline and Stefan appears to be at home and she's in the blue. Where?
Wait,
driving, I guess?
Your comment just a little bit.
Do what? Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Okay. I'm just going to get a
screenshot. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Okay, there we go.
So you see the blue outline is like to the right of it, right? And then coming up towards the house.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I see the blue line, like right at the moment anyway.
Okay. So this would have been when Jen was coming back to the house that night, and Stefan and Maddie were already at the house, and then Jen's coming back home from work. Okay.
That's what it looks like.
Okay. See, I'm starting to understand
show the time. He doesn't show the time in the maps, but now that you have that blue, purple, and red, when you go back and do the maps, and then you put together what Impossible has gotten together on Reddit and sent to us, it'll be a great stream for us to talk about because we'll be able to correlate the time between what Jennifer said she was doing and what we believe there might be a discretion in, which we have not talked about yet, but definitely we'll be able to see that. And so, yeah, I thought these were cell phone pings. They also, like I said, they also put in for the devices, like the, not air tags, but whatever you put underneath the cars in the old days to like follow them around. They also put in for that. So we haven't seen that at all. I'm sure they have that information, but these are just the cell phones.
Yeah. Okay.
This is crazy. This is crazy, man.
It is. I'm starting to get a better understanding of it too. But yeah, it's crazy. And again, I appreciate, EWU for this video. I did drop them in the description box. I will try to pin their link at the top of the chat box. This is their video, not mine, but I appreciate them making it.
Trackers. Thank you, Jen. English is hard sometimes for me.
Thank you guys, everybody that's coming in. I appreciate y'all being here.
Following morning,
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds. I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom.
So what was it?
So that I could get
it
a
wasn't
good
coming
night's
up for
sleep.
years, or it did?
this disturbing
Right.
Make up your mind. Pick a lane.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't coming up for years, but this is the first time I felt it in years and years. But I've been dealing with it for make up your mind. Pick a lane.
And the fact that she says, I send them to sleep upstairs in the guest room, what do you think is going to happen when they go both to the same bedroom, Jen?
Yeah, letting a grown-ass man sleep with your child is just, it's
what do you think is,
that
what do you
you're
think is
not
going to happen?
dating.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was like, what do you think is going to happen? He's going to sleep on the floor and Maddie was going to, I was like, that's disgusting.
Now, was this a Freudian slip? Because this is the first time she said this to the detective, and this is when they're going to start questioning her about the sleeping arrangement. She every time she was interviewed beforehand to the police, she never mentioned any bizarre sleeping arrangement until now.
I think she mentioned it before this.
Okay.
I do think
Yeah, there was that
one
incident when he was smelling her pillow on the body camera, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if she mentioned it there, but I know the next time she's interviewed, she does mention it because the Woody Allen comment was made before this interview, and that's where they're talking about them sleeping together, and it was said before that as well. The other part
I for one wanted to say that I have noticed that I hope she got a scratchy nose with those paper towels instead of getting toilet paper. Just have that, Jen.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, again, I said before, you're not going to feel this heavy wave of depression coming on if you've just missed one dose of your medication.
Yeah. I just saw a comment that was just saying that it's just missing one dose. It won't probably be that bad because it still stays in your system for a while, even though you've taken the day before. So it's not just
Yep. So again, I question why was she depressed all of a sudden? Why did you, was it because you knew something was going on and you were really upset about that? Or again, said that she had said it was either for a while, or did it just start that night? I mean, you're not going to feel this heavy wave of depression just for missing one dose of medicine.
Right, sassy. Right.
And the fact, I'm not trying to say that Stinky was the excuse. He showed a little bit more emotion when he was talking about that the party was alright and everything than Jen has shown. I haven't seen her cry once.
Right.
Or at least real tears. I mean, fake tears probably, but...
Yep.
Disturbing admission further stressed the concerns detectives have had since Jennifer's initial interview, when she'd first explained their unusual sleeping arrangements at home.
Is it normal for both of them to sleep in the same room? Sometimes. When I really need a good night's sleep, I will send them upstairs. But when
this was the first interview, and I think it was the 27th. This was the night that Stefan's phone was taken, and that's the first time she admits that they're sleeping in the same bed together.
Okay, yeah, that's what so that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. So this is the first. Yeah. So this is the first time she tells them this, and then I guess when she says it, then it's their their minds and their curiosity peaks.
Yeah, because they know it's abnormal. It's not. And again, they're picking up on it off the bat because it is extremely abnormal for a grown ass man to be sleeping in a bed with a 13-year-old, and then you add the fact that they're not even together.
Right. And then she
because she says I need a good night's sleep, so you send the person that you're not even having a relationship to sleep with your
right.
daughter.
Right.
I'm like, I mean, come on, that is just no,
But the
no.
way she tries to excuse it, well, explain it, I should say, is fun. Well, to me, it's hilarious in a sick, twisted way. But it's like only an idiot would try to explain. Oh, it's okay that I allow my son or daughter to sleep with my ex that I don't really have a sex relationship with. But don't worry
Because
about
I
that.
need,
That's cool.
yeah, because I need a good night's of sleep. What about the kid? The kid probably needs more than you do.
Yep.
Because she's a kid. She's a teenager. She's still growing up. You're supposed to be a full grown adult.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
Also, a lot of times we will sleep together in the king size bed, all three of us, or sometimes Stefan will go upstairs and our bed alone. So it just really depends on what's going on.
Yeah, they were supposedly sleeping in the same king size bed together, but at the same time, Jen can't sleep in the bed with Maddie because she kicks everywhere. And when Stefan's not there, if I understand correctly and remember correctly, she said Maddie does sleep in a bed by herself, but Maddie can't be sleeping alone because she needs human contact and to be snuggled. But when Stefan's not there, she sleeps alone. Like, I don't get it.
Right. But then when is she doing the same thing to Stefan, kicking him and everything?
Mm-hmm.
So
And none of it adds up.
Sorry, yeah. I just every time her explanation just drives me insane.
I know. I just like the three of them. Oh no, just the
Yep.
no.
Yep.
Just
yeah. I have a king size bed for me and my husband, and like he'll get crossways on this thing. Sometimes a king size not even big enough for me and him. But again, I mean, my children slept in the bed with me, but it stopped at like 2 or 3. Like at 2 or 3, they're moving to the bed. Stephen Young even said that when he was there, he broke Maddie from sleeping in the bed with Jen. And then somehow Maddie gets back in the bed with Jen.
yeah, but then the thing is, you were with in a relationship with the person that you were like in the bed, not the kid, obviously. The person, but Jen wasn't. Jen was not even in a relationship with this guy apparently, or whatever. So why was he there? Why did he came from all the way from Florida to there to what? What was the purpose? Why was he there in the first place if they were not in a relationship?
Yep, and she had the next 2 days off of work, all of the things. Yeah. Questions that need answers.
On that night with our schedules and what we're doing.
Okay, where were you sleeping?
Downstairs in the king size bed.
Okay. Is it just you two here? Well, you guys have a roommate, right?
We have 2 roommates.
So what rooms do you guys use?
The room downstairs, the master bedroom downstairs, and room number 4.
The house would later be thoroughly searched, and what investigators would uncover would leave detectives reeling. As Jennifer continues, she elaborates on how the concerning sleeping arrangements first originated.
The living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the thought process, the communication?
Yeah. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I mean, I love these detectives. I think it's Detective Morris and Detective Smallwood, if I remember correctly. I love their reactions, and I love the way they hit her with what everybody had been saying and screaming.
Right. No, I love. Yeah. I guess is he Smallwood or the other name? I forgot. The one that's talking to her right now.
I think that one's Morris, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, like I personally, I feel like between all the detectives that interviewed both her and Stinky, I feel like he, just went at it. Like I said, I think he could maybe went a little bit more to certain points when she says all this weird stuff. I think Willie Allen and and then the sleeping arrangement. But still, he did a better job in my opinion. Like he hit her at least more harder than she's ever been hit with any other questioning.
Mm-hmm. And I was here for it. Mallory said, "Happy angelic birthday, Maddie. We've got you, beautiful girl. You deserve the world, and now the world is fighting for your justice. You are loved." Thank you for that.
Yes.
That was so gracious of you. Tony said, "A mother's supposed to protect their children. She failed hugely. She did." Mallory said, "Thank you, AS. Thank you, allegedly speculating family, for always fighting for Maddie. Thank you for being here and supporting us. Were you saying something, love?
Oh, Kara's about to get us kicked off the interwebs.
What?
Ooh. I don't know if I can curb my language. I'm gonna try.
We don't speak English. Well, you can say no.
What up? What up? What
What's
up?
going on? What's going on? No, I got a lot to say about this. First of all, I'd want to know why the detectives didn't say, how come his underwear is in her hamper?
Good question.
Yeah, yeah.
Good point.
That would have been my first thing to point out. And the other part is I have two people I love very dearly in my life with bipolar depression.
Mm.
One is unmedicated, and this person they do everything that they can to have status quo. And the other person is on medication, heavy medication. And none of them act like this way. Even when the person that's unmedicated, when they were medicated, they weren't like completely emotionless or completely zonked out. And they were on lithium.
I was on lithium at one point. And I wasn't like that. Yeah.
Heavy duty.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't zonked out. So I cannot stand it when she blames her medication. Oh, my medication makes me do this. No, bish. I'll use the good place cursing.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
I just
I agree with you. That's why I said I like this particular detective. I just kind of wish he went on her, and I know I've said this in the past on other streams, but I kind of wish he went hard on her a little bit more when she brought up this. And Woody Allen comment, what you brought up, Kara, was a great point. But I already can tell that Jen would act stupid and act like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, what do you mean? His underwear was in her basket. I didn't know. And I'm like, there goes my impersonation of her. I should start doing that more. But yeah, I agree. I wish he kind of hit her harder. But like I said, I think he did a better job between her and the other detectives that interviewed Stinky for the last time. I wish they went hard on him as well. I really did. But I still give him props. He did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I just again, and the whole sleeping arrangement thing, like,
oh, let's not go even there because that's weird.
Why wouldn't she sleep in the middle? Why? And honestly, my whole thing is too, I have a feeling that he was the one that said all three of us should sleep in the same bed and let's have Maddie in the middle. Let's make it a Maddie sandwich.
Yeah. That comment.
And why, if I was, look, the three of them in the bed together, whatever. Why is he only wearing boxers? It'd be like, no. You're wearing boxers. You're wearing pants.
You're wearing a full
You're wearing,
bodysuit.
you're gonna wear jeans if you're gonna sleep in this bed, and then waking up to him spooning her.
But even what kind of mother would even allow that in the first place? Even fully clothed and you could have like an arm or whatever. What kind of mom would allow that? I would never.
There have been implications that there might have been some other stuff going on, if you know what I'm getting at.
I hope not.
I hope not. If it is what I'm thinking, I honestly hope not.
No, there have been cases I've run over where that does happen. Actually, there's something recently happened on the Law and Order Network. They just talked about a case. I'm gonna send you the email allegedly about it, but it was a father who was decades older than the mother, and they did stuff to their daughter who was like 13, another child, and the mother participated in certain acts as well. So it's unfortunately not uncommon, but that's something I've always kind of thought about too, that it could have been that kind of stuff was going on.
Yeah, if it's the one I'm thinking about, we talked about a horrific one yesterday when we were going.
That's it. Oh, that's it. I'm sorry. I thought it was I saw it by myself. Yeah. But that's exactly what I was getting at. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that that's not what was going on. And to be fair, like, I don't think that Jen was involved. Now, I could be 100% wrong on that, but I personally don't think she was, but I do think that she was I don't know.
At least she knew something. Come on.
Yeah.
How can she be so oblivious of that? Because I'm sorry, the medication doesn't zonk you out like that you don't know. Because if she's sending them upstairs, what she thinks is gonna happen?
Good
How
point.
sorry, dumb is she? Sorry.
Good
Right.
point. No, good point.
Cara, it says that you got to reconnect your mic and cam before I can add you. I don't know if you lost service or what. Yeah, I'm bipolar and technically unmedicated. I take
Sorry about that. That was my chair, not me.
Oh, you're good. I take adaptive by doTERRA, which is like essential oils and plants for my bipolar, and it's been a miracle. But I've never been that mental state either. But again, I try to be fair across the board. I'm not Jen Soto. I don't know what all meds she was on. A mood stabilizer, technically by definition, is supposed to stabilize your mood and make it to where you're not like extremely upset, extremely sad, extremely,
On the
happy.
extremes, yeah.
Sleep. But at the same time, it's supposed to stabilize it, not make it numb, not make you not feel anything at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because even on like if she was numb and not like zonked out or anything, she could not really work, and she was working because she said the colleague said, "Oh, you don't look like yourself," even though it was a new job. Someone commented on that earlier. It was a new job, so how the colleagues already knew how she is normally. So
Yep.
Right.
it's just her stories though online, and she sounds so much like Megan Boswell. It's incredible on her lies and stories that don't match.
Yep, I can agree with that.
Communication you've had with Stefan about, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to sleep in the guest bedroom.
It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her, no. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that. They really wanted to watch something and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often.
That's always been a hard thing for me too, because I'll never understand why when my husband is asking to go with my child into another room so they can watch a movie instead of being in the living room, or if we're all in our bedroom, whatever, if that's what y'all did, if y'all are all in there watching a movie, like, why do y'all need to go be by yourself? Like, if you want to watch something else, let me go to my bedroom and you guys can sit in the living room where everybody can see you. Like, why do you need to go to a private room? I'll never understand that. Never understand.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, Zio was asking where I was. I'm still here, Zio.
Oh, you fell off for a second and came back. Okay, sorry, love.
Oh, okay. See, Bazard fell off just now too. Cara fell off earlier. I hope she comes back.
We're all falling out.
It's the Wi-Fi.
Down.
Yeah. No, I'm actually at my one of my clients' house, so it's the Wi-Fi. She kind of lives a little bit out in the boonies, so.
Oh, okay.
Peekaboo,
I think everybody's
Cara,
back.
peekaboo.
I'm back.
Peekaboo.
Woo!
That could.
So I just wanted.
Go ahead.
I just want to say I want to make sure that we remember that the reason that we're here today because it's Madeline Soto's birthday, so we're doing a fundraiser stream in her honor. All proceeds are donated to Hunters Creek Middle School on behalf of Allegedly Speculating. So I just want to say that. Just try to remember that we are here to celebrate Maddie's birthday, and all of the speculation is great, but we want to be responsible with it. Make sure you state your opinions as such. Not that it's going to stop them from suing any one of us for saying some shit, but just state your opinions as such because there are families and victims that do watch our streams. So
yeah, that's hard.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh yeah, but still, I don't speak English.
You're kidding.
Okay. I'm just that level-headed big sister, like, keep it in line, guys. And
you
everybody's
like
just
to spoil the fun.
Shut up, Hio. Shut up.
No,
I get it.
She's our voice of reason. She brings me down.
She's
a
our
lot.
conscience.
Yeah, not brings me down, but like she'll be like, wait a minute, did you think of this? And I'll be like, oh yeah, that's possible too, you know. So
Wait till we get to do a Patreon live. This is not Hio.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
I can't wait to do a Patreon live.
Is this
I
Hio
want to see
After
that.
Dark?
We'll have to do a Patreon Hio and allegedly After Dark.
Yeah.
Ooh, that sounds interesting. I'll be there.
Yeah. That will be fun.
Be careful driving home, Michelle.
But honestly,
Yeah, be careful driving home. I will have to it might be gone for a little bit because I need to edit one part out from the beginning where it showed me on camera for a second. I really don't like that. But if it goes away, it'll come right back.
You put a smiley face over your forehead.
I don't like, but I had like my hair's all messed up. I had just been crying. I usually have tape over, like there's tape over my camera on my laptop, but it wasn't on my phone. So, you know,
I keep tape over
Leslie.
mine too.
Yeah.
Leslie makes such a good point. So this was my thought process too. Stefan, why are you still there? You know what you did. You know they called her in missing. Why did you not bolt and get the heck out of Dodge? Because he absolutely knew and absolutely wanted to be there during all of this. I think he had some sort of sick satisfaction knowing that they were looking for this girl and he knew exactly where she was.
I think he thought he was smart enough to where he was going to get away with it. Oh, they're not going to catch me. I covered my tracks. I rebooted my phone. They can't do any forensic backup.
That's possible. Also, if he might have thought it made him look more suspicious if he just left afterwards.
It wouldn't even matter.
Yeah, I agree with that too. It wouldn't matter. But how many times do we hear about a perp going back to the scene of the crime? Like he was there inside of that house, reliving the moments that he took her life and then drove from there back to the scene in the other car. It's like you are relishing in the idea that you've got away with this crime and you're a dirty MF and deserve every bit of what you're fixing to get.
I mean, I can't say he's like one of the worst child predator killers I've seen in all the years of, paying attention to this kind of stuff, but he's definitely up there and like one of the sickest ones. And to think that he could be that smart enough to get away with it is astounding.
I think he's just
and I don't get easily that astounded. Yeah.
Go ahead, Cara.
I said, I think he's just one of the dumbest. He's like, oh, I rebooted my phone not once, but twice. They're never going to get me. Ha ha. Come on.
Yeah.
And with all the images that he had, I think I would call him an opportunist because if he had the option to be around other young children or he had the option to be around any of the children that he had pictures of, I have no doubt he would have done the same thing to anybody that he loved less than he claims to have loved Maddie.
Yeah.
Well, he was very obsessive. I would say he's probably obsessive because he had her for so many years. But yeah, I agree with what Hio was saying. You're just going to anyone else. If it was another woman, which would probably take him a while to find another woman like that. But if he'll find one and then just start over again.
I honestly don't think Maddie was his first because Impossible pointed out on Reddit that when he was 19, he moved to California for a bit. And at that time, he was in a MySpace relationship with a 13-year-old. That was the young girl that Jen was referring to.
Oh, really? I saw that.
How long ago was that?
19, so I had to be early 2000s.
Okay.
So it was in the MySpace days. I mean,
yeah, that's why I say MySpace days. That was a while ago.
Yeah.
Well,
Michelle, I just only ask that we just kind of be just respectful for today and try to call them, JS or SS, but Stinky's okay, I suppose. But I was just trying to keep it respectful for Maddie's birthday stream is all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're good.
I would say Nietzsche did a video just recently where she was going over hidden true crime interview with the parents, and she's wondering, well, was there a real excuse why they left California? And I think she did suggest something either between they were lying about what happened when he supposedly fought back against a guy that beat him up and he stabbed him, or it could have been something related to children.
I think,
yeah,
I think it was the stabbing of the guy, but it could be related to children too.
because Nietzsche believes the mom knew a lot more about Stefan's or Stinky's predatory raise. I think she knew in some aspect.
Yeah, I think she did too. I think she knew a lot more than what she lets on.
I just posted the Reddit link to where Impossible points that out.
Yeah, I need to check that out because if I can verify that, that's interesting to be able to prove.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But how can he have
Honestly,
done this alone, man? Sorry.
No, you're good. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying, it's like, how did he was not smart enough to pull off this by himself. I don't think he was.
I don't think it takes intelligence necessarily to unalive somebody.
Yeah.
No. But
He
don't
messed
forget,
up quite
she's the one that told him, "Oh, just do a factory reset on your phone."
Yep.
Why? Why did she tell him that?
Yep. But she admitted it in this interview that she told him to do a factory reset, and then she said, "Oops, I told him to do whatever it was, something else with his phone."
Sure thing, Jen.
Freudian slips.
Oh, she had a lot.
I was about to say she had several.
Mm-hmm.
Zan.
I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it has been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in a bed with him.
The sleeping arrangements leave detectives seemingly uneasy, but with finding Madeline still the main priority, investigators ask Stefan to piece together the events of the following morning.
Woke up around 7:15, somewhere around there, which is an early start for us, but we had talked about getting McDonald's breakfast beforehand, so we wanted to make good time. We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30ish, 7:45ish, maybe.
However, when Natalie, who lived in the house as one of Jennifer's two roommates, was asked if she saw the two of them getting ready in the morning, her answer seemed to contradict Stefan's account.
Did you see them at all Monday morning?
By the time I was leaving Monday, no, I think I was leaving too early. I leave like around 7:45. I typically don't see them.
We probably gone before they even got up, maybe.
But we know that he was at the dumpster at 7:35, so he had already left at that point. Which again contradicts what he said that he left around 7:45.
Okay, gotcha. If Natalie's recollection is correct, she would likely have seen Stefan, as they both claim to have left the house at the same time. The timeline is even more muddied by a written statement to the police, in which Jennifer claims she physically saw Madeline getting ready around 8 a.m. Confusion over the truth is compounded as her story continues to change.
Between your initial statement to the police, a lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with that I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out.
Yeah, you wrote out what you wrote out. You wrote out that you saw Madeline getting ready because that's what you wanted them to think at the time. Because per your statements, you didn't want them to think that Stefan had anything to do with it.
Yeah, this is the dumbest excuse.
Maybe he had talked about their stories and it's like corroborated their stories and into to what they said to the police. I think there's like they talked to try blame it all on Steven. Steven gets the punishment, and Jennifer it's out and about in the free world, living her best life.
But yeah, this is definitely one of the dumbest explanations she ever gave.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You're told to write down what you see, and you say, "I saw Maddie getting ready," and then you come back later with, "Well, that's not actually what I saw, ma'am." But again, and you try to explain it as, "Well, they told me to write what I saw, and so I wrote I saw," and you still I saw Maddie getting ready. You didn't even see her getting ready. Like what that doesn't the explanation doesn't even make sense. Mallory,
And when she said, and when she said what Maddie was wearing, she kind of got almost the exact clothing the when they found her. Or I'm trying to remember how that went again, but she said something related to clothes that they found it was right, but then he messed it up, and then she corrected him about it.
Yeah, somebody asked me if I thought that she was wearing the black spandex shorts and that he went out because he goes out every single night until the time he's caught to where she's at. And somebody suggested that maybe he changed her clothes there. But then as I'm saying that, I just remembered that y'all said that her shorts are under the bed, like by her bed, like she took off her shorts and changed. It's weird though, because you wouldn't sleep in jeans. So when did she put the jeans on?
Right. So
I think it's because she dressed her.
Do what?
I think she dressed her. I think she, in my opinion, she knew what he did, that he unalived Maddie, and she dressed her to say, okay, we got to make it look like she's getting ready, that she was on her way to school. In my opinion, that's just my opinion.
No, that's a theory that I heard too. Yeah.
I think it's a very possible speculation.
It wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him, and I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Despite the inconsistencies, investigators move on to what happened after Stefan and Madeline allegedly left for school.
She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there. And she wanted to be dropped off a little down the ways from the school. She's got this phase that she's been into lately where she's very particular about what car she's seen getting out of in front of the school.
Lately,
I
you
get
weren't
it. It's an
around.
image thing. I said, okay, let her out.
Not only do I hate his voice, Veronica, but he wasn't around. What do you mean lately?
Nope. And the best friend,
Bullshit,
the
dude.
roommates, everybody else said that he has never taken her to school.
Indy,
But-
my mom used to wake me up, put a Pop-Tart in my hand, and hold my head up on the way to school, girl. I snoozed on the way to school.
Yeah, I did too. I fell asleep on the bus. I can't tell you how many times.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that I have enough hands to count the times that I've fell asleep on the bus, underground, subway. Oh, yeah.
Oh, don't fall asleep at a UK subway.
Oh,
No, it was not in the UK. It was in Portugal. I went to school in Portugal. In the UK, I only drive because public transports here are not good. So, but yeah, in Portugal, when I was a kid, I always take the public transport to school, and it was on the underground, and always fell asleep on the bus, underground, whatever you name it. I did it.
Michelle, are you driving and texting? You better
You're
not
back.
be.
I went on the subway one time and I threw up because it went so fast. I had never been on anything like that before, and it went so fast that it made me sick the first time
I was
rode
about to say, did you throw up because of how disgusting it smells?
it. It was
the
up
New
in
York
Boston.
one.
Oh,
Yeah.
in Boston.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, back in the city, the subways are disgusting.
Terrible.
That's our angry
big old
bunny.
rabbit. Big old rabbit.
Yeah, that's our angry bunny.
You wonder why everybody in New York City that you see on their face, they always make that angry bunny face. It's because of that smell. It's just like body odor.
Lovely smell of the New York subway.
Oh my god.
Oh, don't worry, Portuguese subway it doesn't smell probably any better.
Oh no.
And here I thought going to Portugal one day.
Oh no, like outside of the metro, the subway underground, it's lovely, but not just there. And yeah, certain stations, don't even go there because
Oh, yeah. I used to live up in Baltimore and Maryland, and it's the same thing.
Oh really?
Yeah, it. Well, I don't know if it's changed now over the years, but back when I was there in the early 2000s and somewhat mid 2000s, yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, unless you have a very specific reason why you need that station, like some white powder things. Yeah, those are the best stations for it. But
Did you just say if you have a specific reason, like you need white powder?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, start the video. Start the video.
Orange Rose, I agree with you that Jen stayed behind to clean everything up. What mother doesn't go out looking for her daughter when she's missing, her only child?
Yeah.
I agree with you. She stayed, but why did she stay behind? You could have said, look, you could have had one of the roommates stay behind, your sister stay behind while you go out looking, but instead your sister goes out looking. Nah.
Yep. I agree. And again, what I was saying earlier, the sorry, I got tongue tied. The bestie and the roommates and all of them, the grandma, all of them said Stefan never took her to school before, but he's got this excuse that she don't want to be seen dropped off in the car, and Jen uses the same exact excuse. How did that happen? When he's never taken her to school before.
Coincidence? Not.
Have a good day. Love you. Thanks. Love you too. And I turned around and was driving away and was watching her in my rearview mirror to make sure that she was going where we're supposed to go. And she was moving in that direction, but she was rummaging around in her backpack or something. Find out later that she forgot her phone here, so she may have been rummaging for her phone. But she was still kind of making her way towards that direction, so it looked okay. Looked like any other day.
And you said that that's typical of her to walk that distance?
Yeah, she likes the morning walks when it's cool. And she will sometimes like to hang out and wait for her friends. She's known to do that.
His statement seems to have raised suspicions with investigators, as Madeline's friend informs them that it isn't typical for her to be dropped off anywhere but in front of the school. Stefan also claims to have dropped her off between 8:20 and 8:40 a.m., but when confronted with what detectives saw on local street cameras, Stefan makes an abrupt change to his story.
So why is your car seen going southbound at 8:10? So meaning going toward Kissimmee.
Mm-hmm. I had forgotten I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left. I actually had to go through the front gate and use my parking pass to grab my clicker. So it was the wrong time. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was guesstimating these times. I'm not a morning person.
So he got caught in a lie there, and he lied his way out of it. And that's the kind of shit he does when he lies. We get a perfect example of when he gets in a situation how he lies.
I forgot to click it.
You know, you make him sound like Lorm Armstrong, another famous TCAP troll. I mean, a predator.
Oh, wow.
Like, come on,
Yeah.
dude. Spit your words out.
They sound very similar. Oh, I didn't know that was she was 13.
Yeah. Disgusting.
Okay.
So yes, we'd gone out.
How far did you get before you came back down when you realized you forgot your clicker?
Nearly all the way to the school.
So you guys came back here to get your clicker?
Correct.
So when we look at the cameras in the front, it's going to show you coming back in
Correct.
here with her in the car?
Yes, with her in the passenger seat,
Okay.
yes.
Footage from the apartment shows Stefan
you hear
pulling
the
up
voice
to the
change?
complex trash compactor at 7:35 a.m. in his silver sedan.
You hear the voice change in the two different ways that he was talking. The very first time when he got caught in a lie, it's and then when she starts talking, yes, you'll see us on camera. You'll see us. We were there. I promise. We were there.
Yep.
You sound like a puppy. There. Sorry.
No, he does though.
He
And I think
does,
that's his intention. To sound like that. He does sound like a sad little puppy, and I think that's his intention, to get sympathy. He's trying to garner sympathy from them and from anybody else.
And can you imagine if he's going to be doing that in the trials, whenever they do have the trials?
If he goes on the stand, I'll
Can you
slap him.
imagine?
I'll personally slap him.
Can you imagine him testifying in either of the trials?
Honestly, I could see him being cocky enough to go on
What, like
to go,
Zachary
to go on
Hughes
trial.
in the Rose?
You think so? You see him being cocky enough to testify?
Yeah. He's trying to plead guilty. Those photos aren't mine. Come on, dude. You're scuff.
I didn't know
Your
that I had
tiny,
a mark.
yeah, your tiny gherkin is right there for everyone to see.
It's not really that small.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Gherkin,
Unfortunately, I've seen it.
Kara, I'm never gonna see gherkins the same way again. Thank you for ruining it for
So
me.
sorry.
Appreciate it.
But now you can just smash them.
True. But I
He
prefer
might.
eating them, but okay.
He might get on the stand. It's possible. Yeah.
You think so?
It's
Gross,
possible,
Foxy,
but
gross.
he's
Foxy,
such a
give me your
sociopath.
devices. Foxy, hand in your phone now.
Hey, Foxy. Good to see you. Hey, Genergy. I saw you came in.
I
Yeah,
am
the
looking
boys-
forward to her taking the stand. I can't wait
Jen-
for the defense to tear her apart.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. They just filed a motion because Stephen basically said that the public is too mean, so they're trying to keep the pre-trial from being filmed or audio recorded or anything. And I'm hoping
See,
that
they're listening to us. You know they're out there listening to us.
yeah. I hope they don't get it passed.
I don't think they will. That judge, watch the Anthony Todd trial. That judge is, when it comes to hurting children, oh.
Yeah, in Florida, I mean, they don't hide shit.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
No, we don't.
Unlike some other judges.
For everybody just coming in, this is Madeline Soto's birthday fundraiser. All proceeds from today are going to Hunters Creek Middle School in her honor. I am circulating the Venmo and the Cash App. If you are unable to do both of those, send a chat, a super chat. And if you can't do any of that, just like the stream on the way in and sub if you haven't. And just wish Madeline a happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I thought about writing a letter to the district attorney saying basically, I don't know if you can keep that motion from being filed, but I'm sure that the public deserves to be able to see what happens at the trial, but I haven't done it. I thought I might be overstepping if I tried to do that.
So I do believe that since DeSantis passed that law, Stearns is the first who's coming up for the DP, because since DeSantis passed that law, so I guarantee you they're going to make an example out of him. They're going to be like, you're not getting any of those motions about hiding it. We want everyone to see what's going to happen if you harm children, if you do any of this.
I hope so.
Well, Stinky or make history.
Yeah. Thank you, Genergy and NG, for the super sticker. Those will go to Madeline's school. I really appreciate that. That was so very sweet of you guys.
Look at those hippos.
The hippos?
They're coming up out of water.
Oh,
and don't
okay.
make fun of how I say water, okay?
Water?
You sound like me when you say water.
What you talking about?
Don't make me talk about the little thing don't make me talk about some things. Uh-oh.
You can try the Cash App link in the it should be in the description box, but it's just the $ and then allegedly speculating with a capital A at allegedly and a capital S at speculating. It should do it that way, Foxy. I tried to link it in the description box too. I tried all morning to get these links and was almost in tears. I was so frustrated. So hopefully that works.
I'm clicking on them. They seem to be working on the phone too. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me try one more time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's coming
Sedan.
up.
He's wearing a red colored shirt as he throws a trash bag inside the compactor and pulls away. A female believed to be Madeline is visible in the front passenger seat, appearing slightly slumped over. They leave and return to the apartment at 8:19 a.m., where Stefan appears to speak briefly with a security guard. Madeline still appears to be in the front passenger seat. The security guard was later interviewed, but his account burns another hole in Stefan's story.
Do you remember a resident coming through in a silver Lincoln sedan?
I do remember, but not his face. I talked to him. He showed me his little clicker, and he's like, "Hey man, I'm clicking. It's not working." And then I went and I clicked the button. He went inside, and I just remember there was a woman like sleeping beside him with a green shirt.
If Stefan already had his gate clicker, his reason for returning to the complex falls apart.
That's a question I've heard asked a lot too. Why did he end up going back to the apartment that morning? What was so important that he had to get?
And do you think that Maddie was sleepy? He may have given, sorry, like I said before, some white stuff? Like something?
No, well, her date of death per the DNA paperwork was the 25th, which would mean the night before. But I mean, you know, you also have to ask if Jen didn't dress her, how she got dressed. We do know that she was deceased when he was driving around and that he used the dog leash to hold her up. So I would assume that he put her in the car deceased. It is possible that something happened in the car, but it would have had to have happened relatively, like pretty much as soon as he put her in the car. I think they got her on camera at the trash compactor deceased as well. So I think she was deceased beforehand, before he put her in the car.
And did the security guard see the dog leash? Because it sounds like he didn't see that. So the way, to me, it sounds like he just saw someone slumped over and it just looked like she was just sleeping like a regular seatbelt on her.
Yeah. He genuinely thought that she was sleeping, and that poor security guard's going to have to live with that for the rest of his life. Like Stefan has traumatized so many more people than just, you know, the people involved.
For real.
Oh, yeah.
And I also want to say, I wasn't laughing when he mentioned he saw the body. I was laughing when he said he showed me his small clicker. I don't know. I just thought it was hilarious. But anyway, that's just a stupid guy thing. I thought it was funny, but anyway.
No, you're good. I mean,
sorry, you're making me laugh now.
It's his accent and the way he said it. Like he showed me his small clicker.
Yeah. I mean, and again, Stefan's just being stupid because he's like his clicker works. So I don't even really know why he was coming back. And I mean,
Did he try to create an alibi, maybe?
Yeah.
Because that would be something that the security guy would remember, like, you know, if anything come up. So he's trying maybe to create an alibi or a timeline of events to his according of things. Sorry, I interrupted you, Buzz.
No, I was just gonna say, did he leave his phone? Did he have his phone with him when she was in the car with him? When he had it in the passenger seat, or did he leave it at the house?
He left the phone at the house all morning until he gets back at 10:18 and calls Jen, I believe, or texts her and says that he's made it back home.
So I think it was either Nietzsche or it was another person's channel was thinking, because they were questioning this too. What if Jen was trying to get in contact with him, and because he didn't have the phone, that's when he went back? Well, see, that's another weird thing too. Like, but he didn't even have it, like you said, until 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
So why would he go back? That's so weird.
Yeah, the only thing that makes sense so far is what True Crime Addict 8 said when she said maybe trying to create a timeline.
I guess, yeah. That's so bizarre.
I don't know.
That's the only reason you would drive around and talk to the security guard about the clicker. It would be just to, I create that someone saw me kind of thing, and the cameras see me driving around, and she was technically in the car. Again, I'm doing air quotes, but no one is seeing me. Yeah.
But then it was stupid when earlier in the video he was saying, when he was talking to the police, "Oh, how come? Yeah, there's cameras all over the place." Like, but it hurts my head because it's like, why would you say that? But then, if you already have her in the passenger seat, you know, deceased, and you're doing all this other weird stuff to have an alibi, the cameras are still going to see all the weird inconsistencies that you're saying. So it's like, why would you say whatever? It's stinky. It's stinky.
Boomer said some theorized that Stefan Stearns didn't know how to get rid of Maddie, and he came back to get Jen's help, and that's when Jen suggested the Alligator Lake, but then the flat happened. So
I've heard of that kind of, I heard of that too.
Mm-hmm.
Because the area where he eventually dumped her was a spot that he never been before. But Jen and Maddie kind of technically have, because Jen has a friend in that area or kind of around that area.
Yeah, they had the friends from before that they knew. Sarah, so I don't know why it would tell you that, but if I were you, I would just not do it that way. Maybe my Cash App is the $ and allegedly speculating with a capital S, but if it's prompting you and saying it's a scam, don't do it. You can email me. Maybe we can get together a different way, and I can request it from you or something if you want to donate that way. We'll find another way. I would advise you not to do that. Email me and we'll get together that way and try to figure it out. Because I don't want you to be like sending money some that actually could be a scam.
I was to say Zelle, but I guess Zelle technically is it. I don't know if you have to be like part of Bank of America, because that's what I have for my banking service, and I can Zelle, just getting your phone number and then go from there.
We're trying to be as anonymous as we can, because people end up getting doxxed on here, and we're trying to be very, very careful about that. But anybody who wants to do it, like if you have a PayPal and you can't do it, you can get with me either in Discord or email me. And Abellis and Anders did theirs that way. The Cash App that we're sending out, is that a new one allegedly, or is that one like 5 years old?
No, it's a new one that I just made, but I've got donations from people on here. It seems Sarah Lee, I saw that you came through. So
and
hopefully
Foxy
it's
just
right.
sent, but she said it was saying that it was 5 years. So I was just curious.
Yeah, it shouldn't be 5 years old, because I just created this business account today. So maybe pull that one back, or just make sure, like, ask for it back and try again. I don't know. Or you guys.
I was gonna say it has her logo, unless somebody's come in and done some stupid stuff. But yeah.
Okay. I think it refunded somebody else's. If y'all have issues with it, just email me and I'll like request from you or something. Let me see what's going on, if I can figure it out.
Veronica makes me laugh too.
Okay. I'm going to play the video while I'll try to figure this out real quick.
Leaving investigators to question what else he may have lied about. They determine the trash compactor needs a closer look and begin the process of gathering a warrant to search its contents. Meanwhile, with more questions than answers, Stefan continues to explain what happened next after he returned to the area near the church and dropped Madeline off.
What did you do after you left the area?
I left to go to the local vape shop because I needed some more vape juice. They weren't quite open yet, so I ended up going back home. Waited about an hour or so and then went back and checked the vape shop again. It was open, so I got what I needed there and came back.
Do you remember what time you came home?
The first time was probably right around 10, close to it. Probably finished at the vape shop and came back home again a little after 11.
Okay. You said the first time that you hung out with a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Was there when you got here at 10? Okay.
I think so. She might have been at her blood appointment. Let me double check.
It's okay. We don't have to ask her right now.
Sorry, everything's a blur.
So she might have been here. She might have not have been here.
I believe she was here because she was sleeping in as much as she possibly could because she's been messed up within her work schedule. So she had to be here because she didn't want to sleep in.
With Stefan struggling to remember whether or not Jennifer was home when he arrived back at the apartment, investigators turned to Jennifer herself for confirmation.
When Stefan called me around 10:18 in the morning, I had stepped out to go get blood work done. And he had just let me know that he just got back home from running a few errands. I asked, did you guys ever just stop at McDonald's? And he said, no, she changed her mind. He tried convincing her a few times that she did not want McDonald's anymore.
At what time did you leave the house yesterday in the morning? Or what time did you step out, rather?
I'm going to say around 9:30.
You left around 9:30. And then Stefan called you around 10 to say he got home?
Yeah.
Though Stefan claims he spent time with Jennifer before leaving for the vape store a second time, Jennifer's account suggests she wasn't home until after he returned. As confusion builds over the timeline, detectives review security footage from the street cameras and notice a flaw in Stefan's story.
Did you go anywhere else after the smoke shop?
Oh, no. I don't think I went anywhere specific. I was just driving probably in the direction of home. But I don't remember stopping anywhere specifically.
And you were there for 5 to 10 minutes?
Roundabout, I think.
Okay, so like let's say you drop her off at 8:40. We don't see your car coming back south until 10 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you doing between 8:40 and 10 o'clock?
Cruising around a little bit.
Okay, but I asked you earlier, you know, like what you were doing, and you said you were there for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then you came back home.
I mean, I don't know what to say. It was just a normal day. We didn't have anything important to do. The smoke shop was supposed to open soon, so.
Sorry.
No,
you're good.
You're good.
I think if he told the truth,
I don't know
it
what
would.
to say.
I think
Okay,
if he told
allegedly,
the truth, it'd be vinegar in his mouth.
Where were you yesterday between 3 and 4? Where were you yesterday between 3 and 4?
Either doing a live stream or getting ready to cook dinner.
Tara, where were you last night between 9 and 10?
I was in bed.
Bazard, where were you yesterday at 8 a.m.? Uh-oh.
Bazard don't know.
Thing? I'm not even going to ask Katya because I know where she was. But I'm saying is it's so easy to remember the truth. This whole chat. You could ask everybody in chat. You have you have 90 people here. Where was everybody yesterday at 8 a.m.? Where were you guys at? What were you doing? So easy to remember the truth. It's hard to remember what freaking lie you told.
Right. Yep, and that's where he's getting messed up. He got messed up on his lies. I did get it, Foxy. Thank you for that, honey.
Bye, Indy.
Bye, Indy. Bye, Indy.
I'm back. I've eaten all the Pringles.
The Pringles. Love you,
It's 9
Indy.
p.m. I need to eat.
But yeah, it's not hard to remember if you're not lying. Like,
Apparently it is for Bazard.
Yeah, even he just gets caught up in his lie.
I keep out by my house.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So you're out paying the internet bill.
Oh, the tangled web weave.
Oh.
Okay, you're in timeout, Bazard.
Okay, I was like, is this me or is this?
My ears.
Poor Bazard.
Hey,
He sounds
Edith.
like a robot.
Oh no, I hope he didn't get upset. He'll probably come back when he gets his Wi-Fi fixed.
Yeah, I think so too. Hi, Edith.
So I made my way over there.
At 8 a.m., I was actually yesterday morning at 8 a.m. I was asleep, but I got up a little bit. I got up about 8:30 to start cooking breakfast for everybody because my hubby was home. When the hubby's not home, the kids will get up and make some cereal, and they go outside and play before doing their schoolwork, and I have to call them back in about 30 minutes later when I get up to do their schoolwork. But he was home, so I got up and cooked.
I was probably having a coffee. That's what I do at 8 a.m. around that time in the morning when I'm home. Otherwise, I'm in the bakery baking bread and pastries at work at 8 a.m. So
that sounds good.
Oh, it's good, but not for my diet.
I'll swap with you. I'll go work in a bakery, and you can go deal with the BS I gotta deal with at work.
What do you do?
I'm an office manager of a construction company.
I don't speak
Lord.
English.
Teresa, step away from the TV. Step back from the TV.
Oh no! Don't break the TV.
Oh,
I need
no.
to play a clip. I got these video clips where they break the TV. I need to put a picture of Stefan on it and make a short like that, so y'all and put it out here for all of y'all that say you want to smash the TV all the time.
So basically, Office Space.
Yeah.
Yeah, Foxy. Me too.
Oh,
There wasn't any particular rush though.
Okay, but can you help me explain to them, because I don't know the explanation or the answer to this question, okay? So can you help me explain to them why there's such a delay in the time.
No.
With Stefan unable to provide an answer, more surveillance footage will need to be reviewed to track his movements. Meanwhile, a suspicious act by Stefan raises serious alarms for investigators.
I left my phone at home in the morning too. I was so busy riding herd over to get us out the door on time that I left my phone. She left her phone. We both left our phones.
His didn't seem to have that part redacted when we were just talking about that. I'm gonna back that up.
I think he edited it. I will be honest with you, because after you showed it to me, I went back to the original video. I looked that up, and there's a redaction in between. So my only thought process is that EWU had that part edited to where it wasn't like where it snapped, to be honest with you, because you were right. It does have a redaction.
Okay. I had backed it up, so we'll listen to it again.
No,
Stefan unable to
Okay.
provide an answer, more surveillance footage will need to be reviewed to track his movements. Meanwhile,
He was able to tell that sorry, I keep seeing things. He was able to tell that the passenger seat was slumped over in this picture, and now that it's sitting up. Like, I couldn't ever, I was not able to blow them up enough to see that good, but I use my phone for everything, so it's very small anyway.
Yeah. Didn't I tell you when I saw this, I was like, you're going to be blown away, because EWU is a company that actually has enough money to go back and do some of these things on a professional level. And that's why I kind of waited for this to come out, because their audio is stellar.
Oh, yeah.
We're hearing things that we wanted to hear but couldn't quite make out. And then, all of these pictures have had them professionally enhanced and analyzed. And so I'm proud of this video and what they've put out as far as that's concerned, because it's amazing.
I love their channel. Yeah.
I've watched them for years, I'll be honest.
Mhm.
Before I even
Yeah.
made allegedly speculating, I was subscribed to EWU.
Same.
his movements. Meanwhile, a suspicious act by Stefan raises serious alarms for investigators.
I left my phone at home in the morning too. I was so busy riding herd over to get us out the door on time that I left my phone.
So he wrote it as riding her over to get out the door, which makes sense. Like, instead of, I hate that he says riding her over, but it is redacted in my part. But again, I mean, it would make sense that he says riding her over as in driving her to the school, that he left his phone to get out the door. But
it's
his
definitely a poor
choice
choice of words. Yeah.
A very poor
Yeah.
choice of words.
Yeah, it certainly is, but he does that with the meandering and all of the things. Yeah, I'm with Angry Bunny there. That's how I feel about
making.
Giant money.
I love that. Keo made that for me a while back. Giant Angry Bunny.
What a coincidence too. I left
She
my
left
phone.
her phone. We both left our phone.
Sorry, love.
Yeah, I was like, what a coincidence that you left your phone too, and she did the same thing because you had to rush to take her to school so early.
No one forgets
and
their
there's
phone.
nothing suspicious. Yeah, nobody forgets their phones, and he wants them to think that, oh, nothing suspicious here.
Oh yeah, no way a 13-year-old you would forget their phone. They'll live glued to their phones. I have never seen a 13-year-old without the phone in their hands. I have a cousin, and she literally lives with it. So there's no way that she would leave the phone accidentally at home.
My
No.
oldest nephew is 9, and he has his mother's old phone just so he could play like games on it. And today when I got there, we were about to walk into the car, and he was like, "Oh no, my phone!" and ran inside.
See, yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
So
They'll
there's
forget
no
their
way she
shoes.
would forget.
Right.
But-
They'll forget their shoes or their pants or something before they forget that phone.
But ladies, remember, but Maddie wanted to go to McDonald's.
That's always been weird to me.
And
too.
how will you go with McDonald's without a phone? Because she probably was one of, like kids are, taking photos about everything for Snapchat, Instagram, or whatever, and she was gonna have McDonald's breakfast without her phone.
Well, yeah, and the police have stated that based on her phone, and the triangulation of her phone to her at all given times, it was not common for her to leave anywhere without that phone stuck to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phones.
Did you have your phone when you went to the smoke shop?
Not the first time after I dropped her off. I was still without it. I got my phone and went back to the smoke shop.
Okay.
Later when I got home.
And then I also noticed I was checking your call history. I know.
I'm so sorry, but side note here. Do you really mean that all the cops in Canada are not on horses? Like, I'm absolutely heartbroken right now. What do you mean?
It hurts. It really does.
I thought all the cops in Canada rode horses. Like, what? I'm
And wore
heartbroken.
big hats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people think about that about the UK too, but they don't. Only in London by the palace where the king is.
Don't you need a license to be a cop in London?
I'm not a cop, so I don't know.
Oh no! I was trying to do a meme. I was, the meme about the license. Oi, you need a license to protest here.
I'm in the north, so I'm too far away from London to know that.
Oh, I was gonna ask, have you ever messed with any of the guards that stand outside that can't move? or whatever?
Oh no, you can't. You don't want to do that.
Oh,
if you want
really?
to go to prison, you don't mess with those guards. Oh no.
Well, they'll beat you
People
up
try
first, and then you go to prison.
Oh, believe me, I would go to prison in England because the prisons over here are nice. You can have YouTube in prison.
Oh, what?
I know. It's like literally, I have free accommodation, 3 meals a day, and I can still have YouTube. Please arrest me. Just let me in.
Your prisons are a little bit better, from what I've seen and heard.
Yeah.
Or
It's
certain
not that I
prisons,
have
anyway.
experience in that, but I've seen a lot of yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, I wouldn't want to go to South
Noticed
America.
that you don't have anything before this morning.
Sorry, Lev. What'd you say?
I was like, I want to go. Definitely don't go to South America prisons. You talk about hell on earth. It is hell on earth.
Not those ones.
No.
Yeah.
No. Absolutely
Sent him
not.
there.
Is that in you?
Yeah, absolutely not.
On your phone?
No, it's a new phone. Stupid. I went to do an update yesterday morning, and I don't know what the. Pardon me. I don't know what the heck I did, but somehow during the massive OS update, I managed to factory reset my phone and lose all of my contacts, all my information.
Jennifer also corroborates the story as she explains the moment
There's
the
no
supposed
way.
accident took place.
Sorry, there's no way on a software update you factory reset a phone on iOS because it's two separate screens where you do the factory reset and the update of the OS.
He doesn't even have an Apple. He has a Samsung. That's an Android. That's Marshmallow.
Why is he talking about
I think it's
OS like
Marshmallow.
Apple? Oh no, man, this dude.
Yep.
Because she has an Apple. Jen has an Apple. I'm pretty sure.
Well, then
Yeah,
well, then it
Go
kind of
ahead.
implies that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying. Then this always goes to the theory that Jen was involved in some aspects of what the aftermath may be, at least, where it was like gave him the idea to do this whole factory reset crap on an Android.
Yeah, because she would have had it. The only way it makes sense for him to say iOS update is if she said, "Well, factory reset your phone and just tell them you accidentally did an iOS, whatever it is for Apple. I have Android. Just tell them you accidentally did an iOS update and accidentally reset your phone." Like that makes more sense to me. Her telling him that because she has Apple products than him coming up with that by himself.
Because he probably would have done the old fashioned way. Would try to delete, some aspects, but that didn't help him. So,
Well, you can delete on your phone, but you ain't deleting forever.
Exactly. Nothing is deleted forever.
Yeah. Well, if I ever get arrested, I am gonna go away for a long time because my search on Google's
My search for this channel is like horrific. They're gonna be like,
know.
"What in the hell is this child doing?"
I know. It's just like that. It's all my searches. That would be very incriminatory. Like, yeah, I could go away.
Yeah. Be very incriminating.
Oh yeah, that's the word.
Just say it's not your fault, and they'll believe you
I'll
every
just
time.
say I
that
don't
word.
speak English and start
Yeah.
speaking the other 6 languages I speak. So.
No español.
Sí, o yo hablo español. No español.
Ah.
Yes.
And I said, how the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone. He goes, yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and it just, I just pressed the button and it happened. And I
No.
said, oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks.
When asked, Stefan voluntarily hands over his phone.
I mean,
Boom.
and
There.
again,
Voluntarily
Yeah,
hands over his phone.
Why? It's just a dum-dum.
I hope that
Yeah.
I hope to God that the emotions are not entered. He says voluntarily, but I mean, to be fair, the cops made it seem like he didn't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah,
Because
she
said,
did. Yeah.
Strategic went over this, and he says that this happens all the time. Even up in New York where he's at, he goes, they always pull this case up. They always say, oh, I was forced to hand over my phone. Like, no, you gave it to them willingly. You gave them the password. They said, can we have the password? He could have said, I don't want to give up that password. And they would have been like, okay, here you go. So Strategic says this happens all the time. And that's up in New York where they're a little more, I'll say, laxed. I don't want to say laxed, but they're not like how they are here in Florida.
right. Bless you, whoever's sneezing.
That's my husband. Thank you. I'll let him know.
You're welcome. Yeah, I'm hoping that that's the way that goes. I pray to God those motions are not granted. Lord, I'm so I'm stressed about it. I'm legitimately stressed. But I mean, I'm glad to hear that. I forgot what else. Jen talking about the iOS update. Yeah, that's interesting. It's in that interview that she admit that she has that Freudian slip right there where she says, I told him to factory reset the phone, and then she said, oh, I meant do an iOS update or whatever she said.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
And investigators begin a forensic download to determine its contents. They uncover that at 12:12 p.m. on February 26th, the phone was factory reset by manually navigating to the device's settings, and that it had nothing to do with a system update. They also discovered that a password must be entered and that it's unlikely, if not impossible, to be done by accident. In the meantime, Jennifer explains that Stefan had an intense reaction to leaving his phone in the hands of the police.
So earlier that day, I think Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stefan for his cell phone. If he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? Should I have? And I'm like, no, you got nothing to hide. Give him your phone. And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit. And then when you guys came in the evening and you guys told us to wait outside and we waited in my car, he started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, I want my phone back. I want my phone back. And I said, listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs for ever. I don't give a. We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it. And he's like, I just want my phone back. And I'm just like, are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because like, if you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious. Like, what are you doing?
What they would later discover hidden in the data would
Can you
shock
pause for a sec?
investigators and completely change the course of the case.
Yeah, I was like, see, this is where she I was like, this is where she comes off really, really well. I know some people say a certain other R word, but stupid. Is that you say this that he's acting weird and doing all this weird stuff with the phone, but at the same time, I don't think he did anything to Maddie. But how do you do that? How do you go from I don't want him. You're doing weird stuff, Stinky. Don't do that. The police think you're involved, and then the next minute later, after quote unquote, I'm doing my air quotes, being convinced by the police, then with the pictures and everything. But I thought I trusted him.
Why
I
wouldn't
can't
you
get
go
it.
to the police and be like, "Yo, listen, he's being really weird about you guys having his phone." Just to let you know, if you're that worried and you're that suspicious, no.
Yep. And then afterwards to be like, oh well, he was driving around in the middle of the night, but I didn't find that suspicious. I didn't find the flat tire suspicious. Nothing else was suspicious at all.
And I trusted him. Like, come on, you dumb.
Dumb.
Dumb. Look, Aaron.
I was like, I'm a car.
Sorry,
No,
that's what we
I'll keep
use. Like, what I call Nightbot is dumb.
dumb. You dumb.
Yeah, it's a good descriptive word for her.
Meanwhile, as Stefan's account of the day continues, he explains that he left the apartment once again around 12:30 in the afternoon.
I had a couple errands to run over on 192. She was talking about making a BJ shopping list. She just wanted to make sure I was back in time for us to both go pick up. So I was visiting some card shops around the area on 192. I'm kind of a nerd, so we had a new trading card game release, and I was seeing what the situation was with it.
Jennifer describes Stefan as an avid gamer who collects figurines, trading cards, and retro toys such as Tamagotchis.
Do you remember what places you visited?
Yeah, Coliseum of Comics. Stopped by a couple Targets, and I was going to go to House Rules Games down by Oak and 192. But I didn't make it that far. I got a flat tire on the way.
Between the factory phone reset and now the flat tire, the suspicious circumstances keep adding up. Jennifer continues, explaining what happened as the time approached to pick up Madeline from school.
2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stefan, and he's not picking up his phone. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave? And I said, about 10 minutes ago. He goes, I'm so sorry. I missed it. I really wanted to go with you. And I was just like, it's fine.
Investigators attempt to pinpoint where the tire change occurred, but once again, Stefan seems to struggle with his memory.
Do you remember where you got your flat tire?
It was on 192. I pulled into one of those plazas somewhere.
Do you remember the name of the plaza by any chance?
Though investigators were unaware at the time, Stefan's flat tire would eventually be the key to a massive breakthrough in the search for Madeline. Meanwhile, Jennifer explained she went to the school to pick up Madeline, and more inconsistencies come up.
4:10 rolls around, and she's still not out, or 4:09. And then at this point, I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full. They're all waiting for me to leave, and she's not here yet. So I take off, and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her. Maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today, because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. So I left, thinking maybe she walked. That's pretty close to school. Let me go drive back down and wait along the path she would walk, and just wait. And I parked and I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. She's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. And I think at this point I call Stefan and I tell him she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at all today.
Later that evening, Jennifer.
And again, it's weird to me, like we were talking about earlier, that she didn't go into school and check, because I don't know who wouldn't go into school and check.
Stefan and
if my kid,
family members met with police.
Sorry, love.
No, you're fine. I said if my kid, or my nieces or nephews or whoever weren't coming out of school, I don't care who's behind me. My car is going in park, and I'm walking in that school saying, "Where are they? Why didn't you call me?
Yep.
I'm not leaving here. You're gonna have to call the police to get me out of here."
Yeah, that's a normal reaction.
Not just like, "Oh, okay, I'll go to the back of the line." No.
Right. Fucking stupid.
police to report Madeline missing. Detectives noted several discrepancies in Jennifer and Stefan's accounts. Jennifer initially claimed she saw Madeline getting ready for school, later saying she only heard her. Curiously, she'd corrected Stefan on what Madeline was wearing earlier, despite initial statements that she never saw her.
White Crocs.
Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts? Okay.
Additionally, a review of cameras near where Stefan supposedly left Madeline doesn't show his car in the area, and cameras capture him moving in the opposite direction at the time he was supposedly dropping her off at school. A license plate reader also captured Stefan 9 miles away in St. Cloud at the time he was supposedly heading toward House Rules Games in Kissimmee, where he disappears from cameras for approximately 54 minutes. With suspicious circumstances surrounding Madeline's disappearance, police prohibit Stefan and Jennifer from re-entering their apartment on the night of February 27th, 1 day following Madeline's disappearance. Jennifer's reaction to the news was far from what investigators expected.
I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him.
What the hell do you mean you had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him? Who would have that feeling? If you had that feeling, why wouldn't you be telling the police, hey, I feel sus of him? Hey, she claims to not even have asked him any questions at all whatsoever.
I know, lies. All lies.
It's just weird to me.
And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are that you had the wrong person. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, you need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They know something, or there's something, like.
See right there, they effing know something, and then she tries to save it, and she gets all caught up and stumbles all over that lie.
They were too nice to her.
Mm-hmm.
Around this part, yeah, I agree. Yep.
I think the interview would have gone differently. Just as my opinion, I think the interview would have gone differently if she had not been on that soft family couch in the soft room where she thought she was able to get up and leave, which she was able to do. But if they had put her in the room, the interview room, faced her, with her back towards the door and made it feel a little bit more intimidating to her, I think they would have gotten more out of her. But the way they positioned her mentally was to think that she was in control in this interview.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you.
And I still think somebody needs to water that plant.
Me too.
I just noticed the plant.
Well, some people were bringing up the clock situation, like because the clock wasn't moving, and I've heard like there was like a technique that they'll try to do if they actually were really interrogating her a lot more harder, because she'll keep looking at the clock, like the clock's not moving. She'll be like, "Well, how long have I been in this room?" But yeah, they probably should have done her like with Sneaky.
Yeah,
all by design, Liddy.
I think that they should have put her in the same room that Stefan was in, or another one just like it. And I agree with Hio, and that's a good point. I think they would have got way more out of her that way.
But then again, that said, I don't know if you guys remember that Halderson kid, his girlfriend, she was on one of those soft little plushy couches and she just gave it all up, like A to Z, like, here, this is my Snapchat. Yeah, this is where he was. This is what was going on. So, I don't know. I guess it could be a catch-22 if I'm thinking about it. But when I think about it, guys, give the video a like and a thumbs up. We are celebrating Madeline Soto's birthday today, and all of the proceeds from this stream are going straight to Hunters Creek Middle School. I'm circulating the Venmo and the Cash App, and if you need anything behind the scenes, you can email me, or allegedly, if you're not able to do it that way, and we can figure out a different way for you to donate. Otherwise, just like and subscribe and keep us in the algorithm. That will help a lot as well.
Thank you.
Hey, Hio, do you think she was in this room because the detectives were still suspicious of her, but they were still not like going hard on
at this
her.
point, I think the guy on the right, the one who's telling her, like, before he ever shows her the pictures, before he ever even really tells her everything, he's looking at her straight on and telling her basically that she's lying about stuff, that she's not telling the truth about stuff. So I think they were completely and 100% not sure what she was going to tell and what she wasn't. 100%.
I want to say though about putting her in this comfy room, I honestly think it was a good. I think it was a better thing instead of putting her in a similar room to what they put him in, only because they needed her to feel like she was in control. Because I think they can tell from the get-go that she has a leadership role, so she thinks herself as an alpha woman, I'll say. So they thought, okay, let's make her feel good and let's make her, she's the kind of person that, all they have to do is poke the right buttons and she'll spill. And she kind of did. She caught herself.
Yep.
But in catching herself is what she spilled.
Yeah, you're right.
Definitely
You're
plausible.
right. Well, because she said
I
so
don't
many.
know if anybody was filming the memorial for Maddie today. If they were, we were not privy to it. Or
Wow.
I don't know that we would have shown it anyway, but yeah, maybe.
But I
Okay,
think you're
Foxy.
right, Cara.
Yeah, I do too.
They know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something.
On the night of February 27th, after the police seized Stefan's phone in their apartment, they booked a hotel with Stefan's dad, Chris, a retired Orange County police deputy. Chris will soon speak with police, sharing his own fears and suspicions about his son. Meanwhile, the following morning, Stefan's sudden absence from the hotel doesn't go unnoticed.
The following morning, I wake up, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stefan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going. That's suspicious again. Why is he trying to?
But we took his phone, so he got a new phone?
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad woke up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone. But he rolled in around 11:15, rolled in with a cup of Wawa, and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to get back to the hotel, but I'm here now." And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the fuck would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But I mean, he had a Wawa cup. He said he was up at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and was down there for an hour and came back.
Cameras capture Stefan leaving the hotel lobby at 4:35 a.m. in Jennifer's car. A license plate reader captures him again 1 mile from his parents' home in Northport, Florida, nearly 150 miles from Kissimmee, at 6:29 a.m. Investigators urgently speak with Stefan's dad, Chris, as their suspicions surrounding Stefan's activities solidify their suspicions about it being connected with Madeline's whereabouts.
So 150 miles away at 6:29 a.m. That's interesting. I never knew the exact mileage.
Did he tell you he was in Northport today? I'm assuming he didn't, based on the reaction. Okay. So, you need to take a seat? Or? No. Okay. He was in Northport. Yes. We have more than enough reason to believe that Stefan was in Northport today, the exit that you take you to your house. Our concern is we're conducting a missing person investigation. Yeah. Given the proximity of that exit to your home, what we're trying to find out is if she's just hanging out in your house, you just want to get her somewhere safe, we want to put eyes on her, make sure she's okay.
Chris contacts his wife, who's currently at their house in Northport, to let her know that local police are on the way. Meanwhile, Chris theorizes that if Stefan were hiding Madeline, there may be another place worth searching.
They're going to come over and want to search a house for, apparently, can I tell them? Yeah. Apparently, Stefan made a trip down to Northport last night. Or this morning, I should say. I have no idea. But there's a storage unit, but he wouldn't have access to the keys to the storage unit because I have the only key to it. And that would have been locked in my car, and he would have had to come in my room, which he didn't have a key to get into it.
Chris cooperates fully, giving police permission to search his home and the storage unit in Northport for any sign of Madeline. Meanwhile, Chris describes a haunting suspicion he shared with his wife once they learned of Madeline's sudden disappearance.
When I left last night, I said, hey, I turned to her, I said, do we really know? Is he capable of doing something harmful to her?
Why would you suspect that?
Because some inconsistencies of phone calls he had with me didn't add up, okay? So I'll give you the sequence. He calls me mid-afternoon, 3-ish, maybe 3:45 or something, and say, I just had a flat tire. Okay, how the f- did you get a flat tire? You just drove over to Kissimmee. You took her, maybe you're running an errand, but where would you have gone to get a flat tire?
It was several hours later, around 5 p.m., when Stefan told Chris that Madeline never showed up for school. Meanwhile, Jennifer shares similar concerns about his activities.
Him disappearing to Northport. What the hell was he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the
So listening to this, I mean, I don't know. It seems like she knows the answer before she's questioned. Why would you think somebody's trying to dispose of something in a storage unit? You could ask, what was he going to grab?
Yep.
Or hide, but not dispose of. I don't know. I find that weird.
Yeah, she's trying to fish the detectives. I know that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
that to me is suspicious.
What Stefan was doing in Northport and how it's related to Madeline's disappearance will be revealed later. The home and storage unit are searched, but no sign of Madeline is found. In the meantime, Stefan is brought to the police station just after his return to the hotel on February 28th, unaware that his many lies are about to catch up with him.
What happened to him?
Can you pause for a second?
Flat tire.
So a thought just popped into my head. I think that Chris Stearns may have coached her or told her, hey, you got to watch out. They're going to ask you these type of questions, and these type of questions. I wonder if he coached her on what to say or what to look out for, so she knew in the top of her head.
It's possible. I think so. Sorry, something just happened behind the scenes, so I was trying to pay attention.
You're all good. You're all good.
Okay. I think it's possible for sure. And I question that myself.
I haven't changed a flat tire in about 10 years. I made a rookie mistake and had my thumb too close to where the jack and the frame meet. And it slipped, and the frame came down on my thumb and pinned it between the jack.
What about the other scratches?
Courtesy of a janky tire iron and the road.
Did you bleed at all?
Yeah, this one had some blood and this one had some blood, but not much. It clotted fast.
Do you know what popped your tire at all?
No idea. Tire just started going floppy and then
Pretty worn out or something?
floppier and then just completely freaking separated. Thank God we had a spare in the jack. Jinky as it was.
So typically when changing a tire and stuff, you tend to get brake dust and dirty and all that.
Yeah, I'm
Did you happen to?
positive that I breathed in some freaking brake dust or tire dust or something because I was coughing the rest of the afternoon.
What'd you end up doing to clean up or stop the bleeding and stuff?
Nothing, actually. Just
You didn't
went
get too
home and
dirty?
washed my hands and that was it.
Your clothes get all messed up and all, or?
Not bad, surprisingly.
What were you wearing, by chance?
This. So I think still wearing this. I'm still wearing the same clothes.
Oh, so you kept everything.
Try to, I guess.
Earlier surveillance footage showed him wearing a red shirt as he threw away items in the trash compactor, left the apartment complex, and returned with Madeline. However, when he's captured on camera at a smoke shop later that morning, his clothes have changed.
You weren't wearing a red shirt?
was wearing a red shirt early in the morning. But I changed clothes later because that shirt was in a couple days without wearing. And the flat tire happened after that.
After further review of security footage from the apartment complex, Stefan was seen visiting the trash compactor multiple times throughout the day. At 4:35 p.m., around the time Stefan claims he learned of Madeline's absence from school, he's seen throwing away a piece of a damaged tire. However, this wasn't the only thing Stefan discarded.
I'm too old to lie to people, too old to beat around the bush, and we seem like we're having a generally good conversation right now. Okay. The only thing that I ask for from you is, and I will reciprocate, I want you to be honest with me as much as I'm being honest with you. Okay. Nowadays, cameras are everywhere. Okay. So we see you got the guard check.
Veronica said, I'm trying to contain myself for Maddie's birthday. It's not easy, Maddie. Yeah, I'm going through the same thing right now. And I appreciate you doing that. I do want to be as respectful as possible because it is Maddie's day. Darlene said, only because I can understand as a mother being in denial and wanting so bad to believe there's still hope. I don't remember which part of the interview it was. I didn't see a second part to that. Angie said, Jen Soto knows exactly what happened in my opinion. She was going out of her way to protect that disgusting pig until she knew the investigators were questioning her and telling her they couldn't trust her. She definitely went out of her way to protect him, in my opinion. Yeah, I need a basil hug too. Oh, well, that's interesting. I look as nicely as possible. I would appreciate it if you don't advertise other people's live streams while I'm live, because that's like, I understand what you're saying and I think that's great, but it's like, I hate to say it like this, but it's like walking into McDonald's and being like, at Burger King, they got free chicken nuggets right now and everybody leaves. You know what I mean? I do appreciate it and that's very awesome. And I'll definitely check it out when I'm done here. But, obviously I'm live streaming right now. I can't go over there, all of that. So just please don't advertise other people's lives in the live stream. I do appreciate that.
Okay. We see you go by the dumpster. Okay.
I may have taken some trash with me then.
What was in the trash?
House trash.
House trash?
Yeah.
When you for school, did she have her backpack with her?
Yes.
She did. Did she have her school computer with her?
Yes. Presumably, yes.
Presumably. Okay.
She should have.
Once again, this goes back with the whole honesty thing.
It's okay. I appreciate you understanding. Yeah, he is. He's like a little kid at the principal in the principal's office at school. He's trying so hard to be so nonchalant about it, but he's so obvious to me.
Can I just?
There was things in that trash bag that got thrown.
I'm so sorry, sweetheart. What were you saying?
No, it's all right. No worries. I'm just gonna say thank you for having me, and I hope you will have a great stream. But I am falling asleep. It's nearly 10 p.m. over here, and I think it's time. But thank you very much, and I hope that the rest of the stream goes well, and it's a great thing that you're doing to remember Maddie, and yeah, to carry on her legacy and keep her close to everything.
Oh.
So. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming up and sharing and talking with us today. And I hope you get some good sleep.
Oh, I will. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. So,
okay. Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Thrown away that probably shouldn't have been thrown away.
Near the tire, a Hawaiian print backpack, school laptop, and one white Croc were found, all believed to belong to Madeline Soto. Stefan's story of watching Madeline walk toward the school with her belongings falls apart with this devastating discovery, prompting the detective to make a desperate plea for the truth.
Well, I can confidently tell you she did not go to school with her backpack.
How's that?
Because we found it in the trash.
He knows he's busted, and his facial expressions say it all.
So, Stefan, here's what I'm asking you and pleading with you is to dig down and do some soul searching. I have kids. He's got kids. And this little girl's out there somewhere that we need to know where. And I really, really, really think you can help us. I mean, you want to get something off your chest. I just don't know. I don't know what it is, but I'm pleading with you.
I don't know. I don't.
Though Stefan continues to deny the truth, the evidence...
He's lying his ass off. I could tell, like, watching it again and again and again, it gets easier and easier for me to tell and how much he lies. Thank you, Hio, for continuing to say, this is a fundraiser stream, and everything that I make off this stream and anything donated will go to the school for Maddie. Thank you for that.
Evidence against him is mounting. Detectives are far from finished as they prepare to confront him with the jaw-dropping discovery from his cell phone, a disturbing revelation that will be nearly impossible for Stefan to deny.
What do you think was on the phone?
Text messages.
Mm-hmm.
Emails. Old stuff.
Pictures?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of pictures were on?
Thank you, Cara, for coming up, and everybody that came up. Thank you so much for coming up.
Trading card pictures, lightsaber pictures, Disney pictures.
Do you have a Google account?
Yeah.
Do you save pictures to your Google account?
Sometimes.
Or is it automatically? I know sometimes phones sync to a cloud and...
Yeah, I think it backs up to Google.
Mm-hmm. And then sometimes when you reset your phone and your phone updates and puts these apps back on your phone, sometimes they will put the images back on your phone.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you have
Oh, I assume so.
any pictures of you?
Probably. I mean, we went to Disney, took selfies on the train. She got back from Puerto Rico and had her hair braided. We got pictures of that. All sorts of pictures. Family events.
Any other pictures you think of?
On February 28th, 2 days after Madeline's disappearance, the digital forensics team was able to recover hundreds of images and videos from the phone and a Google Cloud account. The images date back as far as when Madeline was only 8 years old. Though few images show Stefan's face, a unique black mark on his genitals would later match those seen in the photos. More discoveries would later come from his search history.
Okay, it's pink. It's pink mark where evidently it was fucked up or messed up during the circumcision when he was a child, I do believe. And there's a freckle on his thigh or something.
With horrifying implications.
Here's where I'm going to be brutally honest with you. There's a phone. And I'm pretty sure you know what some of those pictures are about. You're a very intelligent person. And I don't want you to discredit yourself by saying you don't know about all the pictures that are on your phone. You understand what I'm saying? So do you want to add to the list of pictures?
No. Should I be talking with a lawyer right now?
I can't answer that question. My sole purpose right now is to see if I can find, and I'm really hoping you can help me.
Okay. Well, I'd like to try to help, but I feel like I should probably have a lawyer present at this point.
In a nearby interrogation room, Jennifer is presented with the distressing evidence. However, her initial reaction leaves investigators in shock.
We have his phone. We were able to get into his phone. And there are some very, very unfortunate graphic pictures with, I wish I could tell you this was all a made-up story, but it's not. Did you ever suspect anything like this? No? You okay?
How are you feeling right now?
Can't breathe.
Is this a surprise?
Is there photos of her?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So you know how we have his phone? Obviously, that's how we were able to find the photos in there.
I don't want to believe that this is true. Can I see some of that evidence?
What makes you believe that it's not?
I thought I knew him well enough.
Though investigators insist the photos are true, Jennifer continues to ask them to show her the proof. Despite their concerns that the images may be too difficult for her to see, they ultimately reveal one of the images to her. Jennifer's reaction, however, will soon lead the detective to a chilling conclusion.
So what do you think should happen to Stefan?
I'm afraid to say press charges, but what else? There's a side of me that wants to say he's innocent, that this doesn't happen. Can I make one decision now and change my mind later?
What the hell do you mean, Jennifer Soto? Are you freaking serious right now? Are you freaking, I mean, for real? Like, for real? You really just said that? Angie said, happy birthday, Maddie, you sweet angel. You share your birthday with my son, a special day we can celebrate you and your life, Maddie. That's so sweet. And happy birthday to your son. I hope he has the best day ever. Dee said, should I be talking with a lawyer? Sir, do you think this was a pleasure cruise? Like, for real. Her voice, not so cheerful now, eh? Right. Yeah. Mallory said, WTF. Every time I hear that, I start screaming out loud. I swear. I believe you. She goes, all little girly, mother may I. Yeah, who says that? I've said it many times before. I don't care who. I don't care if it's your child, his child, her child, that child, those children, the bully up the street, the child down the road, the one around the corner, the one that's in downtown Los Angeles. I don't care. Like, if you put somebody in front of me that's hurt a child, I'm going after them. You're going to have to tase me, get the rubber bullets. I don't know, but, and you got the nerve. Can I charge him later? I mean, that I don't know how you expect anybody to believe you didn't know anything when you're saying things like that. Can I charge him later?
If I decide not to press charges now, could I change my mind and press charges later?
What?
It's a lot to digest. Okay, so I don't want to make you answer that right now. But when we come back, we'll talk more about it. She's our main focus.
That's where I'm at. I know that the acts happened, but I'm not convinced that he didn't take her to school. I'm not convinced that he's the reason she's gone. Because if this had been going on for so long, what's the motive? Why Monday? Why that day? Why the day after her birthday when we were supposed to spend the entire week together and have such a great time? Like we had plans. Like we knew we were just going to be together that week and we were going to have a good time. So I just can't think like, why?
When you say what's the motive, what are you assuming?
That she was taken. Not that anyone that I know has done something to her, because I feel like nobody I know would do something to her, would hurt her, would murder her, anything like that.
In addition to the photos, several items were located in a search of their apartment, including a firearm found in Stefan's room. In Madeline's room, a phone tripod was located inside a drawer, and a pair of men's
Okay, so there's verification of the phone tripod, but if it fits inside the drawer, because I still had not found that in the pictures. It must be in my pictures, or maybe when I downloaded the files, I missed that one somehow. but he just showed the phone tripod. It looked rather small. It looked like one you would set on like your dresser to hold your phone to like record a video. I actually need to get one, but I don't have one, but it looks like the kind that I actually need to get, not one that actually sits on the floor. I'm going to look at it again because I'm sure even though the picture's blurred, we can find the outline.
I know would do something to her, would hurt her, would murder her, anything like that.
In addition to the photos, several items were located in a search of their apartment, including a firearm found in Stefan's room. In Madeline's room, a phone tripod was located.
So I don't know. I'm assuming this black part right here is part of it, but if it's fitting in the drawer, it can't be humongous. I don't remember seeing pictures of inside the drawers at all, but I could have them and not even realize I had them. Veronica said she's not using her childish voice now. No, she's not. Yeah, it's a phone tripod, but I'm thinking like if she was, because Bestie talks about her doing the little YouTube videos where she's dancing and things like that. I mean, you could absolutely use one that you set on the like that a phone tripod that would just sit on a table or a dresser. You could absolutely use it to record nefarious things, 100%. But there's a difference to me between like a phone tripod that you could set up to do like videos for YouTube, and then like, you know, you got the whole setup, like the tripod that sits on the floor that you hook the camera up to, or the camcorder that costs like $2,000 for the camera and the damn tripod. There's a difference. Okay, Foxy, you have a good time, love. But, you know, to be fair, they could both be used to do nefarious things.
Located inside a drawer, and a pair of men's underwear was found in a laundry basket. Police noted that a specialized light source was used on Madeline's bed, and areas of fluorescence were observed on her comforter. Additionally, Madeline's school notebook was found and appeared to contain graphic depictions of sexual acts. The evidence is enough to charge Stefan with sexual battery, and after more evidence is collected by police, he is placed under arrest. The investigators are still looking for Madeline, and despite the overwhelming evidence of Madeline's victimization, it still isn't enough to convince Jennifer that Stefan had something to do with her disappearance.
We know what happened. What if he's telling the truth about dropping her off and driving away and driving around in circles and getting to the babe shop? Because I know there's banks around, right in that same plaza. There must, in an Amscot, there must be video of him pulling into that plaza and waiting.
What do you mean? What's your question?
If you guys have found evidence of him being in front of the store like he said he was, like it's possible that his story might be true and somebody else could have taken her. Like, I'm just thinking, like, what if we're focusing, like, okay, the sex things happened, right? But what if that's completely a side thing and not having to do with this, like her missing?
2 days after his arrest on March 1st, Madeline.
So they absolutely were recording CSAM in bedroom number 4, unfortunately. And I mean, again, I don't know if they used a tripod or not. I wasn't there. I didn't see, but it's devastating nonetheless. I do want to reiterate that this is a birthday stream for Madeline. This is her first heavenly birthday. I will be observing a day of silence for the day that she passed. I'm planning on trying to do a fundraiser once a month. These fundraising streams are going to be the only time you will ever see a Cash App or right now I have Cash App and Venmo. I'm trying to figure out another one. And if you would like to donate to this cause, all of the money donated and made from today's stream will go to Hunters Creek Middle School in remembrance of Maddie. Next month, we're going to do Neziah Harris. And I appreciate you all being here. If you can't donate, that's fine. If you just hit the thumbs up and make sure you're subscribed, that helps out just the same. And I do appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, the way she says the sex things, yeah, and that's not evil, but the homicide is, like, I don't know who says that. Very concerning.
Madeline is still missing, and the detective once again confronts Jennifer, this time to share a troubling concern.
Real quick, Hio said, you are also appreciated in the chat. Thank you so much for choosing to hang with us. We know you can go anywhere, but you're here with us, and I really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. If you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching the replay. I do appreciate you guys so very much.
I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given,
Yep, and
kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person, but her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere.
right, that you can't fake that emotion. And the way she just moved around on the couch tells me that he's being accurate, because she just moved and repositioned herself like she's mad that he figured it out. I'm going to play that one more time. When he says that, the way she throws herself on that couch, she's mad because he's figured out that she's not sincere, because you can't fake it.
Once again confronts Jennifer, this time to share a troubling concern.
I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given, kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person, but her going missing, her disappearance, if you
Right there. She's uncomfortable because he's telling her everything about herself that she felt like she was so good at covering up. He is calling her on her lies, and she does not like it, so she fidgets. Oh, thank you, Carolina. Oh, thank you, Boomer. I'm glad that you guys like it here. I love it when y'all hang out. And I love our chat. You guys make it great. Doc says she's so annoying. I really can't with the way she fidgets, right? Oh, thank you, Carolina. Yes, it's in remembrance of Maddie, and I hope that she's that her heavenly birthday is a good one. Liddy said, "Get her, Kevin." Yeah, I'm with you, honey. Thank you guys for being.
You have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes a lie at that point.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't.
Regardless of whether Jennifer was aware of the situation, the reality remains that Madeline hasn't yet been found, and uncovering where she is and what may have happened to her is still the priority.
We currently have upwards, probably 200 people working on. Anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So, regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away. I can tell you, and I know detectives expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen.
Further review of the surveillance footage, which shows Madeline traveling with Stefan in the early hours of February 26th, leads detectives to draw a heartbreaking conclusion. They note that the slumped position with her head leaning is not a common sitting position, and horrifically, perhaps indicates that Madeline may not be alive. Additionally, footage captured in a parking garage shows what appears to be Stefan carrying Madeline from the front passenger seat to the trunk at approximately 9:41 a.m., the time when Stefan claimed to be meandering around while waiting for the vape store to open. Without her body, however, their conclusion is only a theory. Meanwhile, a startling admission by Jennifer will soon lead to a brutal confrontation by the detective, whose patience appears to be wearing thin.
Have you talked to Chris about Stefan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
I think when you guys showed me the
She's saying she knows that her ass is grass.
the photos.
So we showed you photos.
No.
First all you had was to ask his father if he should get a lawyer.
No. I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's happening. But I kept thinking, they're going. I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't.
See, she's stumbling again. She's fuddling her words, stumbling all over the place with her words. Yeah, Veronica said she's sleeping 24/7. How could she know? Boomer said if she watched her like a hawk, how did he get away with this for so many years under her nose? Great point.
He didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't.
You offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know.
Her replies to the details about the severity of Madeline's assaults appear to be the final straw for the detective, as his confrontation grows more heated.
You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not what the did he do? Hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stefan.
I was in shock.
No, that's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stefan.
I don't know why.
Absolutely is not shock. 100% not shock. That's, again, I need to protect Stefan. Fuck Maddie, wherever she's at, whatever's happened to her, that's not important. What's important is Stefan. How many times did Maddie have to deal with that in her daily life? How many times was Stefan put in front of Maddie? How many times was Stefan put first? And Maddie was just offered up.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest. Yes.
I know.
Since she was a child, since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a picture of it, and you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stefan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
I mean, and that's just facts. That's just 100% facts. Everything he said is 100% facts. It's what we were all thinking for all this time. That's why everybody was so glad to see him lay into her like that. Let me read some of y'all's comments real quick. Veronica said she always wants to portray herself as a protective mom that did everything for her daughter, which had many illnesses, and it was hard for her. Yeah, right. She didn't have anything. Liddy said, not okay. Lori said, if you weren't guilty, you would jump up and go get mad at Kevin. You would. You would. NG said she was watching like a hawk. She wasn't, though. I agree. She wasn't at all. Dee said she used her doctors to medicate her daughter into a more malleable state. I hope not, but it's definitely possible. Veronica said, Dee, yeah, she was only worried about herself, and if Maddie did something that made her look bad, then Maddie would have it. Hio said, she said, Steffi, that's brilliant. Mm-hmm. She did treat Maddie as if she was 4 years old, and we know she wasn't. It wasn't shock. It was not the least bit shock. Fred said she is about as guiltless as Sammy S.
No, I don't. That was
Oh,
then.
he can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have showed me that he's
So
been
we have to
lying
show
this
you a
whole
picture
time.
of her dead in the car for you to finally not take his side?
Despite his theory that Madeline is deceased, they've yet to locate any sign of her remains. If their devastating theory is correct, the question remains: what motive would Stefan have to end her life?
What do you think made him snap?
I don't know. Theories, I keep hearing
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
What I've heard is, what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me and he needed to shut that down? That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I don't want to believe he killed her. But from what you guys are telling me, he wants to kill her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning. That photo you guys showed me of her slept in the car.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but
again with the kidnapping and trafficking thing, I don't. Veronica said when she says I will take a lie detector test, he should have said, okay, hold on just a minute and let me set that right up for you. I agree. But it wouldn't have been, they would have said the results were botched because she's on medication for bipolar, unfortunately.
that doesn't seem like that's the case at all. Yeah. I know. My brain just wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive. She's out there.
Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta.
Why does she call it benzos here? Guilty knowledge. Good point, Orange Rose. He has access to benzos. Why not say to benzodiazepam or like, Xanax or whatever? Lori said, you noticed she was watching Maddie like a hawk, not Stephen Stearns. Mm-hmm. Liddy said, Kevin, if you're watching this, we are so proud of you. We are. We absolutely are. I'm so glad he laid into her like he did. Carolina said, apparently no. Jen Soda, you don't watch Maddie like a hawk, more like an owl in the daytime or blind as a bat. I agree. Guilty knowledge. Yep. Claw hands. Is that what happened, Jen, being that you're psychic? Good point. She switches up so quick. No one can tell me if this is an effect. No one can tell me this is an effect of her medicine. That's a good point. How is she so nonchalant? Great question and good point about the switching up. That's not an effect of the medication. Absolutely not. You call them benzos. So, and I would call them benzos, but the reason I would call them benzos is because of back in the day when I was on a bad road, I would buy things, people would sell things, and I would buy pain pills at that time, and they would be like, I'd call them, you got any pills? And they'd be like, I got benzos or I got pain pills or whatever. So that's what I knew them as too. But again, I'm talking to people who are selling them and making money off of them. So it's weird to me that someone who didn't go down that road would be calling them benzos. You know what I mean? But it's interesting to know that you call them that in a pharmacy. Yeah. NG said, you know exactly what he deals for you. She uses slang for her medications. Yeah. That's what the medication slangs is like. Of course, I would think of it that way because I used those slang terms because I was abusing medications back in the day. But for somebody who wasn't, to hear them talk like that, it's different for me.
I think is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia. So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. In those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
Horrifically, a search for the medication sevoflurane was discovered in Stefan's Google account on February 12th and 14th. It's described as a volatile anesthetic that provides hypnosis and amnesia and is most commonly used for surgical procedures. An additional search was made to determine whether or not the medication would show up in tests. Still, based on what he's seen, the detective isn't willing to entertain the idea that Madeline was merely sleeping.
We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe, right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing on 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job or to move the body again. I don't know.
Detectives would eventually discover what Stefan was doing in Northport, along with a shocking discovery which will be revealed later. Still, Stefan has 54 minutes of unaccounted for activity in the area of St. Cloud, 9 miles from Kissimmee. Jennifer, however, claims she has no idea what he may have been doing there on the morning of February 26th.
I didn't think he ever even knew where St. Cloud was because we've never driven down that way ever.
Veronica said that like a regular person wouldn't call them benzos. Like, like when you know someone really well, you call them by their nickname kind of. Yeah, that's kind of like what it is. It's like, yeah, exactly what I'm saying. And I'm glad you made that reference because that makes it make sense. Miss Sarah, my love, said she makes her voice so baby-like. I wonder if she always did that or when she was in a stressful situation. I think it's in a stressful situation that she does that. The baby voice, yep. Stash the body, you're talking about your daughter. Yeah. I don't understand how she's so nonchalant about it.
So you live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud. Like, ever.
Investigators continue to pry information from Jennifer, unaware of just how close they are to a major breakthrough. For now, Jennifer poses a dark and twisted theory for where they might search for Madeline.
If I were him and I had to stash a body, but I would never do this. My mind would say to go to Lake Toho. There's a lot of woods there. There's a lot of gators.
Like I told you, it's going to come to a point where we will. Right? Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day that's been missing for a long time. People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick, but we will find her. What you need to think about is when you find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying, and I know you know that I think you prioritize Stefan, but you prioritize jail. You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you sat in this room and misled us, that you didn't lead us in the right direction, or that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew, you're getting warning from jail.
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you.
At 4 p.m.,
Darlene said, I just noticed she almost said he went back to change. Then she said, changed it to check. Maybe she meant change clothes. Yep. I've questioned that too. And it's amazing how when you go back and you watch things over again, how you can pick up on things you didn't pick up on the first time. And again, I really appreciate EWU, the way they cleaned up this audio and everything.
Just minutes after Jennifer's interrogation comes to a frustrating end, a call reaches detectives about a witness who claimed to see the suspect vehicle and a man fitting Stefan's description changing a tire near Hickory Tree Road, the location where Stefan disappeared from cameras in St. Cloud.
Oh, thank you for your compliment, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. You guys make it awesome here. You guys do all that. I'm not real good with words or being sentimental, but I appreciate that. That was so sweet. Thank you. You guys make it great.
The witness reveals the exact location where locked gates separate the road from an area of private property. The property owner gives police permission to enter, and horrifically, tucked inside a long expanse of bamboo trees, Madeline's body is discovered. She's found wearing a green-colored sweatshirt and blue jeans, and her body is covered by pieces of what appeared to be hay or dry grass. The bottoms of her socks are clean, suggesting she was carried. Records would also reveal the sickening purpose of Stefan's trip to Northport while his family slept at the hotel. According to police records, at 6:34 a.m., just after arriving in Northport, Stefan attempted to log into his Google account. It was later that Chris discovered the hard drive for Stefan's computer had been removed and placed in a bin at Chris's storage facility. He handed it over to the police, where it was found to contain over 35,000 explicit images of children. In a call between Chris and Stefan recorded from the jail, Stefan is confronted with the grim reality of a long future behind bars.
The penalty for the crimes you have been charged with carry a minimum 40-year sentence. So obviously we're going to be gone. We'll all be gone. We're sad about that, obviously, because there won't be anybody here for you when you come out.
Yeah, and I'll be lucky if I have another 40 years left in me either, so.
Yeah. I wish there was a way that, you and I can have a conversation, all of us could have a conversation to understand what's taken place, how this came about, how you arrived here, because it would help us better understand the situation, because we're at a loss for understanding how all this came about. I mean, we're just totally baffled.
Well, I didn't start it.
Okay. You didn't start it, but you participated in it, which is just as bad as.
What is that part? And we always have had questions about that. Well, I didn't start it. And it's like Chris already knew, like, because if somebody said to me, well, I didn't start it, I would say, wait a minute, what do you mean you didn't start it? But he says, well, you didn't start it, but you participated, which is just as bad, if not worse, as not starting it. You know what I mean? Like, I obviously think that Chris and Deborah, his parents, think that Jen started it somehow, or one of Jen's boyfriends started it somehow. But I've always found that a little odd how they didn't question that more and basically said, you might not have started it, but you participated in it.
There's not starting it, but that's for another day.
Obviously, I can't get any specific details or anything, but, if you'd like to schedule a visit with me or something, maybe we can find some way to talk.
I don't know. I think we're always going to be recorded, so there won't be an opportunity to do that.
A later autopsy would rule Madeline's cause of death as strangulation. Though an exact time of death could not be determined, investigators believe she was deceased before she was taken out of the apartment and was killed either the night of her birthday party or early the following morning. The footage of the young girl seen wandering away from the church Monday morning was not Madeline, but an unfortunate coincidence that the person on camera bore a similar resemblance. Stefan is being held without bond and is currently facing multiple charges, including 13 counts of sexual battery, 7 counts of lewd molestation, 39 counts of unlawful possession of obscene materials, and first-degree capital murder. On April 26, 2024, 37-year-old Stefan Michael Stearns entered a plea of not guilty. His jury trial is set to begin on September 22, 2025, where prosecutors intend to seek the death penalty. He currently awaits his fate at the Osceola County Jail in Kissimmee, Florida. Jennifer has not been charged with any crimes related to the disappearance or murder of Madeline Soto.
Carolina said, wait, didn't he go back?
Problem no one. Wait.
Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Carolina said, wait, didn't he go back and visit Madeline's dead body in Jen's car and the dog hit on her car, not Stephen Stern's? Yes. But we know for a fact that Maddie was in Stern's car in the front seat. But yes, that's accurate. Lori said Jen was ready to change. I think she made Stephen Stearns get the jeans on Maddie because Jen said shorts to the police. And how would she know if she didn't see her that morning? Good point and good question. Abella said, I find it odd that Chris said that without first saying, what do you mean you didn't start it? What is it? I think Chris and Deborah knew. Yep, me too. And then Super Rose said, don't y'all think it was likely Jen Soto on the Peace Church CCTV? I do. I question that, and I've questioned that for quite a while now. I do think it was Jen, but I would like to see it. In that video that I have where they're at the church talking to them, it doesn't show us the actual video footage, so I question it. I'm going to play this video of Maddie, and then after I make everybody cry again, I'll come back and talk to you, thank you guys for the stream and all of that. So I do want to play this video for Maddie's heavenly birthday so that we can remember her and tell her happy birthday in heaven. that last part is meant to be a moment of silence for her. I will play the outro song. She was such a beautiful baby and a beautiful child. If you're watching this on the replay, it might make me cut out the videos that were on the end that I got from TikTok. If you want to see them, they are linked in the description box below. As we've stated several times, all of the money from today's stream will be going to Hunters Creek Middle School because that was where Maddie was happy. Any money that's sent through the Cash App link or the Venmo link in this stream goes directly to that as well. Thank you all for donating. Thank you everybody who hit the thumbs up. Thank you everybody who shared. All that helps so very much. And thank you guys for helping out with this fundraiser. It really means a lot to me that we're able to do stuff like this to try to give back. As I've stated, on the 25th, I will not be live. I'm having a day of silence, and I'm going to light a candle just in remembrance of Madeline. You all have such sweet things to say. I pray that she receives justice, and please keep her in your thoughts and prayers. Say happy birthday to her in heaven tonight before you go to bed. I love you all. A tree would be lovely. A tree would be lovely. Boomer said my thoughts go out to Tyler and the people who really loved her. Thank you for that. I will play the outro song. This video might go away for a few minutes. I'm just going to try to edit out that part where you kind of see my face after I had been crying and my hair's not fixed. I'm going to try to cut that out, but it'll be right back up as soon as YouTube gets done editing that out. I appreciate you all, and I hope you have a good night. Thank you again. Looking for the video. Sorry about that. It's up here. Okay. Thank you, everybody, and good night. Love you all. Thank you so much.